Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome to AWAI's 2022 State of the Industry Virtual Summit. I'm your co-host, Rebecca Matter, president of American Writers and Artists Institute, or AWAI. I am so excited that you decided to be here, to give yourself this time to learn, to get reinvigorated and inspired, and to invest in your copywriting or digital marketing career. You're in for an incredible experience today. And I should warn you, the breadth and depth of what our speakers are about to share is mind-blowing. I am not exaggerating when I say just one nugget from one speaker could change your career. Maybe it's hearing Brian Clark or Nick Usborne talk about cryptos, NFTs, and the whole Web3 revolution that tickles your inner sci-fi nerd so much you choose to jump into that niche and jump in with both feet. Or what if Heather Robson reveals another new niche you've never even heard of? Like, say, a way to work on in-depth high production campaigns with multi-million-dollar payoffs that you, as the copywriter, can take a slice of. Spoiler, she's totally going to do that, and it sounds like an incredible opportunity. Or maybe Molly Pittman just offhandedly drops a tip about her process that suddenly allows you to write 3 times faster. Or maybe you love writing content. You're definitely going to resonate with Russ Henneberry's strategy for writing belief-shifting content. We've also got Steph Smith and Handley on our panel today. Maybe they'll inspire you to finally start a blog or an e-newsletter, and their tips and resources will help you feel confident doing it right from the beginning and being able to scale it fast and make it profitable as quickly as you can. It's a whole other service that you can offer to your clients too. There's so much for you here. Imagine it like you're at the top of a skiing mountain. You could go left, you could go right. All these beautiful trails are opening up before you, and each one is a potential path and a profit and fulfillment through writing. So you really can't choose wrong, right? Because the experts here would not steer you wrong, and you can go down as many of the trails as you want. That's what we've got here for you today, an exciting trail map of opportunities for your digital marketing and copywriting career with expert guides to help you every step of the way. But first, a few quick housekeeping notes before I introduce our first speaker. Number 1, make sure you've set up your space. You've got water, tea, a snack. You've got what you need to take tons of notes. And most important, take a second to shut out all the distractions. Put your computer and phone in Do Not Disturb so you're not getting those notifications or messages. Close out all of your emails and all of your tabs and apps that you're not using. I know it's scary to close all of those tabs. It's okay. I promise, though, this will maximize both your attention bandwidth and your internet bandwidth. Second housekeeping note, we've got 10 speakers and we're trying to keep them at 25 minutes, but we are not in the flow of, we're not in the business of interrupting flows of expert information that could change your career. So plan to be here for about 4 hours. I promise you though, this time is going to fly by. Third, we do not have any breaks or intermissions scheduled. We have tons of exciting information to share and we respect your time. So we're gonna go back to back and power through it. Please take care of yourself. Take breaks when you need to. Get up, stretch, walk around so you can stay engaged for the whole event. You're here, you cleared your calendar, you decided it was important to invest your time and energy into the future of your freelance career. So be here. Make the most out of this time. Write down your big aha moments and action steps. Get in the chat, engage and ask questions and share your takeaways. My AWAI team is in the chat too, so ask them questions. Ask for what you need. Help them help you. Cool? All ready? Okay, to kick off this year's State of the Industry Virtual Summit, I am so excited to welcome to the spotlight Ryan Deiss. Now, this man probably needs no introduction, but if you're new to this space, it's worth knowing his background. Ryan Deiss is a best-selling author, founder of multiple companies, collectively employing hundreds of people around the globe, and one of the most dynamic speakers on marketing in the US today. Ryan is the founder and CEO of digitalmarketer.com and founder and managing partner of rival brands and platter.com. Ryan is the creator of the customer value optimization methodology and has introduced and popularized so many digital selling strategies that modern companies now take for granted. As Ryan likes to say, he doesn't just talk about marketing. Across all of his companies, he actually does this stuff. So when Ryan speaks, you can bet it's solid. He's proven it 100 times over at the least. That's why when we invited Ryan to speak, I half expected him to dish on how he's handling the Apple iOS update to keep it from trashing his conversions and metrics, or maybe even an exciting early success he's seeing using Web3 tactics. But no, as you're gonna hear throughout this event, technology changes, but people don't. Our tactics may change, where and how we execute marketing strategies, those may change, but our prospects, they are all still human. That means our elements of persuasion, the way we articulate offers, hooks, and ideas in copy, that doesn't change. In fact, it only increases the need for great copy and skilled copywriters to write it. So right now, Ryan is going to walk us through essentially the only question that matters when someone is deciding whether or not to buy. Will this product or service bring enough value to my life that I should exchange my hard-earned money for it? This is key. It's prime and it's primal. And Ryan's got a great cheat sheet to share with you to ensure your copy passes this value test on all levels, getting more sales more often, no matter what happens with technology. Over to you, Jade and Ryan.
Hi, Ryan. Welcome to AWAI Summit 2022.
Hey, Jay, thanks so much for having me again.
Of course. I feel like you've been a predictor in the last few years, I have to say. So I'm very excited to have you back again. And talk a little bit about fundamentals, it seems, this year. I've heard you say when everything is digital, nothing is digital. What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, so what that kind of means is that when I first got started, right, I made my very first sale online in 1999, right? Back then, Google was a science fair project, right? It wasn't really a thing. And so I got to win in the early days because I knew digital when nobody else knew digital. So there were plenty of marketers when I was first getting started who were much better marketers than me, plenty of copywriters who were much better copywriters than me. But I had an advantage because early on, I knew how to build a website and they didn't. I knew how to optimize for the search engines, which back then was a joke. It was so easy to do that, and they didn't know how to do that. I knew how to buy pay-per-click ads before anybody even knew pay-per-click ads were a thing, right? I was doing that. And so the advantage that you've had in digital marketing has been because nobody else really knew digital, and digital was kind of this other thing. Well, we're now in a world, especially post-COVID, right? When every brand, even the laggards, had to go in and go digital. Like anybody who is left right now is now a digital first company. And so marketing, as we know it, I own a company called Digital Marketer, all right? Digitalmarketer.com. Let's be honest. What marketing today is not digital, right? It's kind of crazy. So the point that I'm trying to make when I tell people that is when everything is digital, nothing's digital. It's like a fish bragging that you know how to swim, right? That's how it is in marketing today. And so to think that you have the advantage because you know digital is just delusional. And so what it means is that I think we need to change the questions that we're asking, right? Because in the past, the most helpful question was, what's changing? What's new? Where can I have an edge based on this new tech? And now I think the question we need to ask is, what isn't going to change? Right? Because it's all just gotten so, everybody knows it now.
Yeah. I feel like it's like allows people to also breathe like a sigh of relief, because as we're going to hear today, there is Web3, there's NFTs, there's blockchain, there's tokens, there's all these things that are happening that is a lot to keep up to date with what the changes are. But when you said there are things that are not changing and that's what we should be focusing on, what do you think is not changing?
Well, when I think about what the mantra of the marketer for probably centuries, right, has always been, we want to put the right message in front of the right person at the right time. Yeah. Right. That is just kind of the thing that that has always been true. Right message, right person, right time. And the thing that really has that digital gave us, right? And where a lot of the changes. So let me answer the question by not answering the question, right? All of the changes in the past that marketers got to benefit from were changes with respect to new traffic channels, right? So I talked about it before: search engine optimization, pay-per-click, social media ads, retargeting, right? All of these, if you think about it, they're primarily right person, right time. Right. So much of the advantages that we've had as marketers, digital marketers in particular, over the last decade or so, has all been around targeting. And that was the thing to change. We can now target this specific person in this brand new way that we couldn't do it before. We can have a video appear on YouTube and only show it to people who went to our website, right? All of it was around right person, right time, right? Right person, right time. Well, if we think about, what has changed lately is the ability for us to do certain types of targeting has gone away in a world that increasingly values privacy over lots of other things. We're losing with the iOS 14 update. that we saw where you can no longer do retargeting through Facebook and Google on Apple devices. That was a big thing. Like that was a huge aspect of what we as marketers had. That's like, that's taken away. And so if that's where all the change is occurring, and in the past, all those changes were good, it was new opportunities. And now it's like, that's now getting taken away. Then to me, what's not changing? What's not changing is the message, right message, right message. And so, what I'm telling people is that the one thing that has always been true is that the best copy will win. Right? The best copy will win. Now, there were some cases for a while there where you could be kind of a crappy copywriter. You could be bad at producing offers. But if you were good enough at the traffic side, if you knew all the hacks and the tricks, you could make it work. Not anymore. So what do we need to focus on? What won't change? What hasn't changed, what will always be the same? The best copy will win, which means the best copywriters will win. Right. That is why everybody who's here, everybody who's going to these types of programs and who is learning copy and emphasizing great copywriting and offer creation, that will always work. And again, when everybody knows how to do all your basic stuff, when it's just kind of table stakes to know how to run Facebook ads and things like that, what's going to win when a click just costs what a click costs? The best copy. And so that's a lot of what we're doing right now, is just so much focus is back on the message. And specifically, how do we target through messaging, right? Because it's always been more expensive. The tighter you wanted to target down, you always had to pay extra for that, right? So I think the most valuable target now is the untargeted target that you're targeting through messaging, right? The ability to put a really, you want me to say that? Yeah. The most valuable target is the untargeted target you target through messaging. So messaging now, if I can put out a message that my ideal audience is going to see, they're going to go, ooh, I want that, then that's really going to work. That's what's going to be most effective. So a lot of it's going more mass, thinking more mass marketing. What used to work in direct mail when you just put a letter in somebody's mailbox, right? I'm not saying that targeting doesn't matter. It does. I'm just saying when we lose the ability to target as effectively and as inexpensively as we've been able to do, the true advantage is going to lie in the messaging.
Wow. Okay. So if the value is in the messaging and that's what we should be focusing on, do you have something that we can look at to help us create and to construct those messages to try and gather this targeted audience?
Sure. I mean, there is so many books that have been written on copywriting. So it's not like, and you're familiar with some of them. I know many courses out there that teach great copywriting, of which everybody here should be familiar with. And so to me, that's the minimum, right?
Yeah.
You have to learn just the copywriting basics. Like you have to know what works and what doesn't. But a framework and a tool so let's just assume like you're doing that, right? And I want to give you kind of an edge that hopefully will simplify things for people, but it's what I've gone back to, right? I'm going back to basics. I'm going back to the fundamentals. And, I was going back and reading Breakthrough Advertising, right? Breakthrough Advertising by Eugene Schwartz. One of my favorite books, maybe the best book on marketing and advertising that's ever been written, right? And I say that as somebody who's written a couple of them myself. I mean, it's just great. And my favorite line, I actually pulled it up here in preparation because I didn't want to get it wrong. But my favorite line from this book, I'm just going to go ahead and read it. Schwartz says, copy cannot create desire for a product. It can only take the hopes, dreams, fears, and desires that already exist in the hearts of millions of people and focus those already existing desires onto a particular product. And I love this closing line, right? I love this closing line. This is the copywriter's task, not to create mass desire, but to channel and direct it, right? So it's not our job. And I think this really is where a lot of copywriters will get stuck, and where we also can feel a lot of pressure. Like, oh, how do I got to create desire for this thing, right? You don't. Furthermore, if you believe Eugene Schwartz, and I do, you can't. Right? Desire is not created. It is merely channeled. Yeah. So how do we do that? Well, obviously the words matter, but I think the first question we have to ask is, what desire are we channeling? And so again, this, for me, this goes all the way back to iOS 14. I'm kind of in panic mode. Nothing's working anymore. The sky is falling. I'm going to go back to the basics. I'm going to read my favorite book on marketing. I open Breakthrough Advertising. I read this thing, and the question that pops into my mind is, okay, if it's about channeling desire, what are the desires that we should be channeling? And so I just Googled, consumer desires, common value, ways that we as humans experience value. And I came across this article that was published in the Harvard Business Review back in, I think, 2006, something like that, called the Elements of Value Pyramid. Okay, so I can't take credit for this, but I've never really seen anybody else talking about it. But it's the Elements of Value Pyramid. So if you Google it, you'll find the article. It's out there again, not mine. But what these authors did is they basically sought to say, how do we as humans experience value? Right? How do we experience value? Which is another way of saying, what are human desires? Like, what are some very common human desires? And they got it down to 30 human desires, and then they ranked them kind of like, are you familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
so they
missing
basically,
Wi-Fi, but other than that, all the needs are there. So yeah.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. So, but all of the basic, elements like of human desire, how we experience value, they sort of plotted them just like we have Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where the base one is kind of your food, water, your basic sustenance, and then you're moving up and up. And they did the same thing with these elements of value. And I can actually, I can pull it up on my screen real quick if you want me to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and again, credit where credit is due. This is, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is not mine. Again, I think it was published in Harvard Business Review, but I think this was created by the folks at Bain and Company. Okay. So you're talking about like some high level, like Fortune 500 company, research that went into this. And most marketers that I've talked to, and I asked a bunch of them, like, hey, have you ever heard of this? No, like none of them had ever talked to, heard about any of this, but they break it down into functional, emotional, life-changing, and then social impacts. So that's kind of, the hierarchy. And on the functional side, you got the obvious stuff, right? Things that save time, that simplify, that make money, reduce cost, avoiding hassle, informing, organizing, kind of your base level stuff. And as you move up into emotional, now we have things that reduce anxiety, that have some kind of therapeutic or wellness. I love nostalgia. So much of what people buy that they will say, oh, I bought it because it's going to, save some time, or it's going to help me avoid hassles. I know for me, I'm a child of the 80s. So I remember waking up in Christmas morning and having a Nintendo Entertainment System, waiting for me under, in 1988, when it first came out, and like, being one of the first kids on my block to like have this thing. They came out with a new version of this that was like a smaller one, and I bought it. And I didn't buy it, simply because it was like, fun, entertaining. I bought it for nostalgic reasons. Another one, like on the like badge value. Badge value is something we didn't really think about it, but at Digital Marketer, when we pivoted from simply training people, right? So a marketing training would inform, right? Which is a functional. It might help people make money, which again is functional. Maybe, we had a community, so there's a connective aspect of it. But really, when we shifted from just providing trainings to providing certifications, where people actually got that there's a badge value there, right? And notice the difference between connect. So just like connecting is functional, but affiliation and actual belonging is life-changing, right? So when you think about a lot of groups, like the difference between being in kind of just some, association where there's some, general connection versus being like a Harley Davidson, like that's affiliation, like that's belonging. Like that's kind of the difference between, I'm a member of this club versus I'm in a cult, right? As you move up. And heirloom motivate, my favorite one of all, and I think the one that resonates the most in this time is provides hope. Yeah, I think right now that's the thing that a lot of us should be selling. But all I did, so I took these, I wrote them out, and what I basically said to my team across all, because we have a lot of different brands, And I said, here's our job. Here's our job for every product that we sell, because you're going to kind of have this at the broader brand level, but really down to the product level, right? Pick one, right? Let's just pick one. What is the one element of value? What is the one core desire that we are going to channel of the 30? Pick one, right? And I'm sure people could come up with their own, but God dang, a whole lot of research from really smart people were put into saying like, nope, these are the 30. Yeah. So whichever one it is, I think it's important to just pick one and to own it. And what we found when we did this is that across a given funnel or customer journey, we found that we were actually talking about different types of value throughout the sales process.
Okay.
And that it was getting things off track. It wasn't compounding, right? So what I said is, for step one is to pick one, right? What is the element of value? What's that core desire that you want to channel? That's step one. And then step two is to run an audit across your entire promotional campaign. So our ad, all right, let's start at the very beginning of the customer journey, the ad. Does the ad speak to this element of value? If not, let's do it. Okay, what about the landing page? Does it? What about the products that we offer in the upsell and the reason they should do that, right? Well, what about the follow-up series if they don't buy, right? What about the messaging post-sale to get them excited about it? When we pulled that through the entire customer journey, what we found is that it was far more effective than what we were doing before, which was seeking to optimize each step for itself. And this is what we do as marketers. We'll say like, we'll do a split test on the landing page and then another one on this page. But when they don't communicate, yeah, in isolation, that worked better. But in the aggregate, you lost the compounding effect. So this is what we're doing. When I talk about things that don't change, this is it. Humans don't change. What we as humans want doesn't change. We want these 30 things, right?
I also feel like, Ryan, like you're talking about it on the copy side. I'm a product creator, and I feel like even through that lens, right, that when you have a product and say you can't check off that it adds value in any of these rounds, well, what can we add to it to enrich it, to add value, then ties into the copyright? And I think for any copywriters listening, I always like, how can they sit in a meeting with a client and add even more to that conversation? And like, if you can look at the product that they're creating through this lens, and if it doesn't tick any of those boxes, how can we add to it? And then tie that into the marketing. That way, not only is your offer and your messaging so strong, but when they get to the other side of purchase, they're so happy because you're actually fulfilling that on the other side. So I think that is genius. I love that.
Yeah, and we didn't do that intentionally. So we figured this out after the fact. But when I think about it at Digital Marketer, we had courses, we had training. So if I were going through that list, and again, the goal should be to move up in the pyramid. So if I were going through that list and I would say, okay, which one are we going to pick? All right. I might say, okay, saves time. Meh, not so much. People aren't necessarily buying it for time saving. Reducing effort. There's an element when you take a course of that. Avoiding hassle, reducing costs, not really. Quality, okay. Variety, sensory appeal, sensory appeal, maybe if you're Apple. Informing, yeah, it's definitely informing. And in general, what were we selling? We were selling that it's going to help you make more money. As a business owner, if you know how to market, you'll make more money. As somebody who's working for a company, if you know how to do this stuff, you'll get a better job. You'll generally make more money. Right? That was kind of where we started. And we had this element of connectedness, but it was really kind of okay. Now, if I were doing that and I were consulting me or writing copy for me, I'd move up and I'd say, okay, how can we begin to really, increase this? Like, how can we offer things? And I'd look at badge value and I'd say, boy, I'll tell you, if we had some kind of certification aspect of it, now we're not just talking about making money. We're talking about badge value. We're talking about status. And then what if, when they get this, they're now a part of a broader club organization? They're a certified digital marketing professional, this exclusive group of people that have to, jump through all these hoops to get there. Now we're talking affiliation and belonging, right? So you can see how just through adding things and nuancing what's already there, you can fundamentally shift the entire value proposition. And I love what you said there. Copywriters should not just simply write copy based on what's given to them. Copywriters should inform opportunities to improve the product offering for all involved.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to take this to my team. That's for sure. Ryan, like we opened up with, like, there's so much going on and there's so many changes. Any last parting words, advice for anybody that's entering this space right now and trying to forge their way in 2022?
And so when I want to make sure I answer the right, when you say into this space, so
yeah,
help me really.
Copy, content, even if they're diving, like tipping their toes into marketing, because we do feel like a good copywriter is also a marketer. So if we're wanting to come into the space, if all those things, where should they go? What should they do? What should they be thinking? Especially not to be overwhelmed right now.
Yeah, well, I think that you are entering at the perfect time, because you're entering at a time where content, copy, writing, whatever you want to call it, is going to be the difference maker. It is going to be the thing that that other people aren't going to be able to emulate as well. In the past, you had to do that, and you also had to learn the algorithms, right? And it's getting to a point now where what you bring to it is the most critical, and the people running the ads, they're the ones that, you can go and find people to do that. So I would say, don't get bogged down in the tactical deployment of whatever the writing is that you're doing. Whether it's having to learn some marketing automation solutions so that you can deploy automated email campaigns, or having to learn a content management solution so that you can publish your blog posts, right? Find somebody to do that. They're out there. They're out there on Upwork, Fiverr. The people to do that are everywhere, because that is exactly what the world valued over the previous 10 years.
Yeah.
What the world is going to value most now is what you know how to do. So keep your focus on the written word, because that's the thing that is not going to change. And now finally, the rest of the world is waking up to the fact that it kind of always has been the most valuable piece. Now everybody knows that it's the most valuable piece.
I love that. That's so inspirational. What a way to kick things off. So Ryan, thank you so much for your time today. And we always love hearing from you.
Always a pleasure. I love the work that you're doing, because again, what we're talking about here, this is not new. I've always believed that the copywriting, that writing, that this was the thing that was the most important. It's why I've always loved, working with you all. I'm just thrilled that the rest of the world is finally waking up to what we've always known to be true. So
awesome. Okay, back to you, Katie, Rebecca.
The best copy will always win. I can't think of a better way to kick off the 2022 summit than with a great copywriting lesson from none other than Ryan Deiss. Hi, Katie. Welcome.
Hi, Rebecca. Hi, everybody. Wow. I have a page of notes. That was amazing. But you know what? It's really about the fundamentals. It's about understanding your prospect. It's understanding your reader. That never changed. It's universal. And that pyramid that he showed us, that is such a useful tool for all of us moving forward. It was fantastic.
I just love this idea too. I think a lot of us in marketing and in writing have been fearful, like Ryan talked about, of all of the changes that are happening with Apple and Google and everything, that it's a little bit unsettling. But I think the way I see it now is the playing field was leveled because of all of these marketing efforts. And now it's the copy that's going to differentiate. That's how you're going to separate from the pack. And really, I feel a lot better about the fears that we had.
Yeah. Because you have control over that. You guys are learning how to write persuasively. You're learning how to touch into all those things that Ryan was talking about. It gives you such an advantage.
And speaking of great content, I mean, that's really what our next speaker will be leading into as well, right?
Yes. Amanda Natividad is our next speaker, and she's going to be talking about one of those new trends that Ryan alluded to. And this one is zero-click content. Now, I hadn't heard about this before, so I was really happy to get her insight and her solutions for overcoming it. Now, Amanda is the Vice President of Marketing for audience research startup Spark Turo. She's previously led marketing for Growth Machine, also led marketing for the ski lift ticket company Liftopia. She built Facebook's B2B content program and led content and communications for NatureBox. Wow. I mean, what a career. She's also a former journalist, a contributor to Adweek, and if that's not enough, she's a Le Cordon Bleu trained chef.
Woman after my own heart.
Exactly. Amanda's about to explain how to use experience-based content to overcome these challenges and to engage prospects and ultimately get the click. She's going to explain also why that depends more than ever on what I think is going to be a theme today, great copywriting. So Bonnie, Amanda, over to you.
So we are so fortunate to be joined by Amanda Natividad today, who's about to blow our minds with her take on zero-click content. Hi, Amanda. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Bonnie, for having me.
Oh, we're so happy you're here. So you're the VP of Marketing at SparkToro, which is all about audience research, right? So can you tell us what exactly are zero-click searches?
Yeah, so zero-click searches, this refers to the study that Rand Fishkin and SimilarWeb did a couple years ago. This came out last year, so it was a study of searches done in the year 2020. And they found that about 2/3 or just over 60% of all Google searches ended without a click. And so, what we're seeing there more broadly is that more people are finding what they need directly in the Google search engine results page. And then fewer people in general, right, are clicking past that to go to the website. And I think sometimes this can be a good thing, right? Like if there is a quick, exchange you need, maybe you need to convert ounces to cups.
Right.
That's a quick thing that maybe you don't need to visit a blog for, right? And it's, direct one-to-one action. Or maybe you're looking up a quick stat, like the runtime of Encanto, right? There's stuff like that you don't really need the analysis for, but that's what zero-click searches are.
Okay, so you're saying it's not just like somebody searching for something and deciding not to click on it. Like there's a lot there, right?
Yeah, that is definitely part of it.
Right.
But I think there are the other factors of maybe the content doesn't lend itself well to being click through to, or
Right.
the searcher's intent was just to find the output or the variable of something.
Okay, so in your view, how does this affect us as marketers and copywriters?
Yeah, so this poses new challenges for us marketers and copywriters, right? I think when you kind of zoom out on this zero-click search thing, I think we find that there are versions of this all throughout the content that we consume. Like I think so it has, I think I see it overall as this thing that I call zero-click behavior, where more and more consumers or readers are just not clicking out as much. And so by that, I mean, there are things like in social media platforms where the people who create on social media are not even really incentivized to get people to click out. You look at Instagram, they still don't even allow links in their posts, right? And they only very recently started allowing links in stories. I think that's only been around for a couple of months now. And then there are things like on Twitter, right? Twitter threads will always get more, will almost always get more impressions than a post or than a regular tweet that links out to a blog post, for instance. And then finally, there's LinkedIn, right? Where LinkedIn, and I've spoken with people at the LinkedIn team, they don't penalize content that has a link, but what they do is they reward comments, or the algorithm tends to favor comments because it signals, a high engagement LinkedIn post, which makes sense. But if you think about how the creator can sort of gamify that function, then you as a creator are more incentivized to put your link as a comment on your own post. So
interesting.
There are things like that, right? So this is kind of people, these are just some examples of creators kind of rewarding the zero-click behavior. The last thing I'll say here related to social media is YouTube, right? So, I mean, I feel like YouTube itself is a case study in zero-click behavior, in that you're scrolling through a channel, all the thumbnails, right, are big emotional reactions, maybe a crazy tagline, things that are trying to get you to click. And so maybe you do click, right? But you wouldn't have clicked maybe if you just saw a boring thumbnail. So you click on it, and then even then the consideration span is so short, right? Maybe you're searching for like how to care for my pothos plant. I don't know. And then if you watch the video, and being honest with yourself, right? If that creator, whoever's in the video, if they don't grab you within the first 5 seconds,
Oh yeah.
you're already on your way to be, this isn't it for me.
Yeah.
Right. So when I say this zero click behavior, I guess what I'm speaking to really is this notion of creating content that is so valuable or so interesting, captivating in some way that the user sticks with it, whether they're sticking with that thread because they don't want to leave, or in the case of YouTube, where that value is up front and center so clearly that they have to watch.
Yeah. So that's a really good summary of it, right? Like making your content more sticky, kind of like making people want to stick around and actually consume it. What are some of the ways that you would recommend we do that across these various platforms?
I would say, I think there are generally 2 methods that I've seen. The first is really just creating value-driven content. The first is creating value-driven content and really just not being afraid to pull out the most valuable pieces of information in that blog post or in that essay that you've published. I think we as marketers, more historically, have been more trained to tease like, oh, here's what's to come. But because fewer people are clicking through to things, I think what you want is to just give that value. And I really believe that if the reader is getting that value up front, then either one, they got what they needed and they can keep moving on, but at least hopefully, as you continue to create this kind of content over time, you'll create that sort of affinity with them where they'll think like, oh, Bonnie always posts this really valuable content. Like I got to keep reading her stuff. Or, they got the value out of it, but they think, oh, I need more of this. Like I need to read the full post, I need the full context. And that's great. That gets people to click. The other method that I see is focusing on the how instead of the what. So maybe it's more experience-driven content. And I think we see this a lot in areas, niches, industries in which there needs to be more, where there needs to be education about what the product or what the service is. So maybe an example is CBD tea, right? CBD as in the cannabis product and tea like you drink. So maybe if you're Googling CBD tea, maybe you don't know, maybe you already know what it is. Maybe oh, it's a cannabis-based tea that I'm going to drink or that I'm considering drinking. So when you're searching for this, maybe what you're actually looking for is the experience of it. Like what happens? What does it taste like? How do I feel afterwards? Does it affect my sleep? Will it help my anxiety? Like those are things that I think there's still a huge opportunity in for content. I think people will be always wondering about these kinds of experiences. And I think this would probably work well for both, written content like blog posts and video like YouTube.
Right. So how would you do that? How would you recommend doing something like that? Like making written content more experience based for somebody who's searching for that?
I think maybe if you even just reframe your working headlines as how to blank, right? So maybe it could be in the case of, we'll stick with the CBD tea example. It could be how to reduce your anxiety with CBD tea. Maybe that's not the final headline, right? But I think that would help you as a copywriter, as a content marketer, think about how you would frame that blog post and what you would be looking for. It also helps you kind of focus on the pain point that people are trying to solve, and then writing the solution or the experience that addresses that pain point. So I think it's really just going a step beyond what is this thing and more, how does it make me feel? What is the outcome I hope I'm going to get from this? What are the expectations I should set for myself?
Okay. So do you think, when we talk about like the various Google searches versus like Facebook versus Instagram versus LinkedIn, like across all those platforms, obviously there's tons of content, right? There's just like endless content out there. And if we're talking about all these searches or ways that people are engaged with these platforms that don't lead to them eventually engaging with your content. Like, what do you think that content marketers are doing incorrectly right now? Like, do you see something sort of across the board that could be improved in order to really, I mean, besides just like offering high value content, is there anything else you're seeing that you could point to and say, do this better?
I really think it's do better copywriting. This applies to myself even, right? I think it is
all of us,
all of us, right? We can all be better. But I think it's really going back to the first principles of copywriting. What is the goal of copywriting? Writing good copy. What does that mean, right? I keep trying to remind myself that the goal of copywriting is to get readers to the next line, get them, just think of it that way. What will get them to read the next line? Making it super readable, making it very direct response driven. Like, what is the action that you want that person to take right away? Right. And if the action is to get them to read, then it's okay. Then that copywriting goal is to write something that is so punchy and interesting and easily digestible that it gets someone to click through to read more. I say that because it's one of those things that sounds obvious, I think, because it's simple, right? It's a simple way to look at it, but it's hard to do. I think there are things we can all do to make quick optimizations, like things like using Hemingway app, right? To make sure that your writing isn't above like a 6th grade reading level, for instance.
Right.
Like that alone is going to be a quick improvement, right? Things like having shorter sentences so that it's easier to scan, adding a couple line breaks here and there, really just focusing on that readability aspect. I think that makes a huge difference.
So readability, bringing people in and like making them excited to read the next line and delivering high value content, right? Is there anything else that you would recommend for somebody who's a content writer or a marketer who's maybe kind of new to the space?
Yeah.
Like, how would they approach this?
So I would also say the other bit of advice I would give is, I think as marketers, it is part of our jobs to be on the lookout for the next big thing, right? Of course, that's part of what our day-to-day is. And because of that, I think it's far too easy to get into that FOMO mindset of, oh, well, everyone's on TikTok, I got to be there.
Right.
Yes. And I'm not against TikTok, right? I just mean, I think marketers need to be very careful about which platforms or which channels they launch into, because every channel, every platform, to do it right is a lot of work. I really believe you cannot just launch a TikTok channel for your brand or whatever because you think it's probably a good idea. I mean, you think about like the TikToks that go viral, or the ones that maybe you yourself find interesting. They're not necessarily high production quality, but maybe they have, the people who are creating there have a really good understanding of the features and functionalities of the TikTok tool, right? Like they're using like duets, or they're using music, like those things and I point this out because those are things that you don't just do it. Like, you don't just launch it and then go, great, I have already mastered this in 5 minutes, I can do it. Like, to do it right, it'll probably take you a couple hours to get a solid TikTok video that you're proud of, right? And that's a lot of work. I'm not saying it's not worth it, but I think you have to know what you're getting yourself into when you launch into these channels. Same with any social channel, with Twitter, with LinkedIn. The other part of it too is you need to be on these platforms to actually engage with the audience that's there. It's not post your thing and then leave and then go about your work day. You actually have to treat these things like they're communities, because they are communities. So I would say, don't have FOMO about platforms, and really just double down on the channel that you want to do, that you want to be successful in, and focus on that. And how do you choose the channel? I think it's the intersection of what you're good at, like if you're really, really good on video, then cool, try being on TikTok. So a combination of what you're really good at, what you're interested in, and where your audience is. So let's stick with the TikTok example. Like maybe you're really good at video. Maybe you are, maybe you're interested in video, but what if your target audience, your target buyer isn't on TikTok? Right? Or so then maybe that's not the place to be. Maybe instead you want to focus on growing a YouTube channel. So that's one way to look at it.
Yeah. I mean, that seems like it makes so much sense. Like whatever it is that you're really drawn to and passionate about is probably where you're going to create the best content anyway, and the most valuable content, because you're going to be wanting to do it. So it makes total sense. Well, this has been so great. Thank you for sharing your insight with us today. And it's been so great having you.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And if anyone wants to check out SparkToro, we do have free accounts where you get 5 free searches per month, and you can find your audience's sources of influence, like what social accounts they follow, what podcasts they listen to, websites they frequent, all really helpful stuff that could help you determine whether your target audience actually is on the platform that you want to be on.
That sounds awesome. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you.
So Katie, I guess I'm not going to get that TikTok channel after all. I need to
I know. I'm sorry.
I loved everything about her presentation. I'm so focused on the volume of trends and people on social media and how we use search. That 0-click idea is so powerful. And I love how it just ties to what we've been teaching for so long with writing great copy.
Yep. I actually hadn't heard that before. And to have her explain it in the way that she did, so useful, and just shines the light, like you say, on the fundamentals, on giving quality content, on giving quality experience. That's what we do as writers. That's our job. And what a great job it is. And, the whole FOMO, the whole bright, shiny object, we certainly can relate to that. And again, hearing her say, keep the eye on what you do best was really powerful.
It really was. And you're right. The FOMO as writers, as marketers, as business owners, as humans, that huge takeaway that we can't do it all, at least not very well. And we need to remember this, because the biggest shiny new object of them all is on the horizon. I'm talking about Web3, the metaverse, and all the exciting, world-changing, shiny objects that go with it. Now, if you're wondering, what the heck is Web3? Don't worry. We've got a bona fide pioneer to help us wrap our heads around what's coming and how to handle it. Brian Clark is a serial entrepreneur, but in our neck of the woods, he's known as the founder of Copyblogger. At the beginning of Web 2, the web as we now know it, he was one of the first people to monetize personal blogs using direct response marketing rather than traditional advertising. As Web3 gains steam, he's at the forefront again with his new venture, Future Freedom, where he's preparing writers and creators for the next digital frontier. Brian's going to walk us through the big picture of Web3, and he's on right now with SEO expert Russ Henneberry, who we're also going to hear from a little bit later today. Russ and Brian, take it away.
All right, thanks. I'm excited to interview my boyhood hero, Brian Clark. Man, I'm excited to interview, man, because I was such a big fan of your work at Copyblogger, and I know you're doing so many new awesome things in your career, and so big honor for me to interview you. Thanks for being a part of AWAI's summit.
Yeah, my pleasure, and thank you very much. You're much too kind.
So we're here to talk about Web3 and how it's impacting writers and what the opportunity you're seeing around that. So let's go back though. Let's go back and talk about the evolution of the web. So what was Web 1, and what were the characteristics of that?
Yeah, so the earliest version of the internet was basically this amazing repository of free information. It was something that we had never experienced before. The fact that you could fire up this new thing called a web browser, and you could go to a website, and there would be various forms of information, content, if you will. And you could look up all these different things. that would have required going to the library or having access to all these expensive databases and whatnot. And then that amount of information just continued to exponentially grow. We had some really kind of poorly thought out business models during Web 1, which led to what's known as the .com boom and then crash. A lot of these ideas were ridiculous, but it was a completely new medium and everyone was still kind of figuring things out. So the crash happens. Some people think, oh, the internet's a fad. It's like CB radio. Those of us who were around were like, no, it's not a fad. It's just all the silliness got cleared out. And that's going to allow us to head into the next phase. About that time is when blogging started. And a lot of people don't realize this in the day and age of Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, but blogs were the original social media. That at that time, that's what we thought of as social media. And we were heading into what was called at that time Web 2.0. And Web 2.0, instead of just being information that you consumed, you had the ability to contribute. You could create content. You could interact with other authors, publishers, bloggers. And it was this term read write web was coined at that time, meaning you didn't just passively consume, you interactively participated, right? And then that gave way and blogging went professional, if you will, commercialized entrepreneurial blogging. But then we also had Facebook and then we had Twitter. And at first these were kind of novelties, but obviously as we sit here today, they're not only mainstream and ingrained in our lives, they're really kind of taken over certain aspects of our society, and many in good ways and not so good ways. So that was an evolution of Web 2 that again had a lot of benefits and it had some downsides as well. So Web 3 is the next phase where in many ways you hear the term decentralization a lot being thrown around. What does that mean? Well, if Facebook is centralized, meaning it's one platform where everyone goes to post and share and keep in touch with people, blogs were decentralized, meaning everyone had their own property. So one of the easiest ways to think about one of the core tenets of Web3 is everyone's going to have their own property again, or at least they should, or if you want to. Now, of course, you can have your own website right now, but it's that decentralization is a way of correcting the ills of having Mark Zuckerberg in charge of quite a bit of influence and power.
Well, when Web 2, when we hit Web 2 and you had this sort of democratization of publishing, like anybody could go out there and publish. This was right when you launched Copyblogger, is that right? And you really got a gust of wind behind you because of Web 2. Like, how did that all work and how did that all come about?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started back in 98, when everyone was just making it up as they went along. There were no courses or books or conferences like we have now. You just kind of had to figure things out. And I was an attorney by trade, didn't enjoy it and wanted to write. And somehow found out that the best avenue where I could write and make a living was this new thing called the internet. So I figured out that if you could attract people to you with content, then you could then market to them. You could sell them things. And that was my introduction to content marketing 10 years before it had a name.
Yeah.
So when we got to the blogging phase, I saw a bunch of people who wanted to be entrepreneurs or they wanted to be professional bloggers. Essentially, they wanted to make a living the same way I wanted to years before, which was by creating content. And they were making the same mistakes that I was making at the very beginning. Notably, I've started a lot of businesses in the last 24 years now, geez. But the only one that failed was the very first one because I had no idea what I was doing at all. But one thing I did try to do was make money through advertising on content, like a traditional media model. And then I learned that if you more of a direct marketing approach, which is you attract people to you and you sell things to them directly. You don't sell them to an advertiser, and it's much more lucrative. So the early bloggers were making that same mistake. So all of a sudden I was like, hey, I think I can help these people. And I had also really wanted to move away from doing any sort of client services, which my first 3 businesses were. So here was my opportunity, and I started the site. And I remember people asking me, how are you going to make money? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm going to attract an audience and I'm going to sell them things. And they're like, well, what are you going to sell them? I'm like, I'll figure that out. They'll tell me. They'll tell me by telling me what problems they're facing. And that led to 3 7-figure startups, which eventually led to the 8-figure company that we had up until 2018.
So, yeah, and you make your money. Would you call yourself still today? Would you call yourself a content marketer?
I don't really think of it that way, because I think content marketing is just digital marketing. And in many ways, as we continue going forward, digital marketing is just marketing, right?
Right.
We're almost losing the novelty of the way that, well, you can't, content has to be part, and that's why we called it content marketing. But as we go on and become more and more digital, especially since the pandemic started, it's just becoming the way it is. So yes, I'm still a big believer in one way or another of using content to build audiences, but that's just how we market online. I think that's become an established truth.
And as we've moved from 2 to 3, so Web 2 to 3, where we're seeing this decentralization once again, so, maybe this is a threat to Facebook and other huge empires out there. What do you say to the small entrepreneur who's getting started, loves the written word? What are some different opportunities you're seeing that could perhaps start to percolate, pop up as Web 3 becomes more and more of a reality?
Yeah, it's interesting because, as someone who's never taken investment funding of any sort, I'm a committed bootstrapper. Our first 7-figure startup was built from an online course, but I sold that course before I created any of it, effectively kickstarting my own company because I had an audience of people who believed in me and trusted me. And they knew that if I said I was going to make this course for them, what we now call cohort-based, courses, that I would do it. And that's how we went from 0 to 6 figures in a week. And then we were at 7 figures by a year later. So that's a bootstrapping method. And then literally we had a big Web 2 platform called Kickstarter, which had the same idea, which is, you get people to fund your project before you've ever built anything. That's your form of capital acquisition. And then you go and build it. And that was very lucrative for this Web 2 platform called Kickstarter and all of its clones. We have all the GoFundMe and all these different platforms. Okay, with Web 3, blockchain, crypto, and NFTs, you're seeing entrepreneurs go out and cut out that whole Kickstarter platform and effectively raise money, create communities in various ways, through tokens that they personally branded cryptocurrencies, right? Seems odd that you can just make up your own money, but all money is made up to some degree. It depends on whether or not you have people who see the value in what you're doing. NFTs, a lot of people think, well, that's just a silly picture of an ape that people use for their Twitter avatar. But no, you can create an NFT out of a book. We're selling NFTs as VIP passes to a live event. You're going to see the proliferation of these NFTs provide access tools, community tools, but also funding mechanisms for entrepreneurs. So we should probably back up and define some of this stuff.
Let's do that. I mean,
I got ahead of myself.
Listen, I gotta tell you, I'm excited to talk about this because I literally had a friend text me the other day. What do you know about these NFTs? I want you to tell me what's going on so that I can, get in on this. But, and everybody's talking about it. What are NFTs? And, Why are they important?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, since I mentioned some other stuff, let me drop back a little bit, because before you get to NFTs, there's something called creator coins. Some people like to call them community coins. And these are basically personally branded digital currencies. So my company, my new company, Movement Ventures, has a coin called Move. And we launched it on the Rally Network, which is a facilitator that allows you to easily create these things. And so we have, you know, I don't know how many coins are out there now, a lot, but we own a big chunk of those coins. So the more activity, the more economic activity that happens with that coin in your own personal economic realm of your products and services, the more the value of that coin goes up, just like any other currency. So we actually offer discounts to people. We have a price for Move and we have a higher price for USD. And people look at us like, you're crazy. But we're not crazy, because we own 70,000 of those coins. So every time the price goes up, we're building equity in our own company. Also, Rally has something, offers rewards for activity as well, that go not only to the creator, but to everyone who holds the coin as well. It took me a while to get my head around this, honestly, when we were first thinking about doing this, because it's just like, it seems nonsensical. But when you really understand that the US dollar is really made up, that gold is a shiny rock that we decided has value, right?
Yeah.
It becomes, it makes more sense, right? So again, creator coins or community coins, getting your people to engage with that currency benefits them through lower prices than in USD. And it benefits you as the entrepreneur because you hold a lot of those coins. Okay. So that's number one. That's
and let me just pump, because like, do you see a future where anybody that's creating, whether it's maybe a person or a brand, will have a coin? Is that what you're doing?
It's possible. And here's the cool thing about this, you know, because in other things, it's like, you got to get in early or you're going to miss the opportunity. With creator coins, as long as you are able to offer value that people are willing to pay some form of currency for, you'll always be able to use a creator coin strategy, right? If people will pay you in cash, then you can create your own coin and follow this own strategy. So if it sounds crazy to you right now, I think you'll see more adoption of this. Here's another use. We're using our Move coin as the reward for our referral program. So you send us a new subscriber to my newsletter Further, and we pay you $5 worth of Move. Then you can spend that Move, much like airline miles, credit card points, etc. So there's a multitude of uses for creating your own currency. And we've probably only scratched the surface of what you can do with these things. And some people, you know, like the streamers who are on Twitch or people on YouTube, their people just give them coins, their own coins, as a tip to show their appreciation because they give away so much free content. So there's a whole bunch of different ways you can use these things. So let's
establish that there's these coins. How does that translate us over into NFTs?
Okay, so a coin or a token is a fungible token, meaning they're all the same. A coin's a coin, a US dollar is a US dollar is a US dollar, right? They're identical increments of value. An NFT or non-fungible token means everyone is unique, and the aspects of that NFT are written on blockchain, just like tokens are, except they're unique and they're identified by the person who owns that NFT. So if you think about, let's just think about the common art use or just JPEGs, graphics of various things. You can buy one of those NFTs, and if that particular project takes off and those NFTs become in demand, then there are secondary markets like OpenSea where you can sell that NFT for a profit. You can sell it for a loss too, right? Here's the interesting thing. The creator of that NFT gets a royalty that is automatically parsed out on blockchain. It's automatic. So instead of, if I write a book and you buy the paperback and then you decide to give that to someone else, or maybe trade it in at half price books or something, I get nothing, right? Yeah. But with the case of NFTs, as a creator, there's a built-in royalty that always comes back every time it's passed on to someone else. So if you start thinking beyond just art or JPEGs or digital representations or visuals, like I mentioned, write a book. Certain editions of that book can be limited edition NFTs, where your biggest fans are getting something that is unique and special compared to the person who just buys the paperback or the Kindle. Again, people are using NFTs for conference attendance, right? Except that the NFT holder has special rights that are digitally validated that allow you VIP access. You get to meet the celebrity keynote. You get to go to the special speakers party, right? We're using that right now. Membership sites. Think about this. Now, this is, something that every digital entrepreneur has to deal with, whether they're making courses or membership sites or something where you are gating away the value from the public so that only people who pay for it can access it. Well, we all know that sometimes people share their logins with other people. Sometimes people pool their money together and you got 10 people buying one course, right? That's just a cost of doing business as a digital entrepreneur. But move to an NFT model, and then all of a sudden, only one person who has that NFT in their digital wallet can access your membership site or your course. And the technology, the gating technology right now didn't exist last year. And now you've got a flood of people who see the opportunity in WordPress, in all the major website platforms to allow this sort of gated access. So if you think NFTs are ridiculous because they're just pictures of apes that people pay millions of dollars for, well, think about a Birkin bag or any other sort of luxury good. Are those things technically necessary? I could have a canvas bag and carry around stuff instead of that Birkin bag, but it's status, it's identity, it's a flex, right? So this is just, as we move more and more into the digital world, NFTs, even if it seems silly to you, I think your Birkin bag is silly, but it doesn't matter. You value that and someone else values the JPEG. But I think you're going to see NFTs kind of bake into the background a little bit more and more about the utility and access of things, in addition to VIP access and status and identity and all these things that are already part of our culture. We're just not used to them quite yet in the digital world. So fast forward to where you have a office in the metaverse, and this is where you hold your online classes and your webinars and whatnot. It's a real space instead of a web page. Well, all the furniture in that room will be an NFT, and some of it could be designer unique brands. It could be more standard stuff. Your art will make more sense when it's hanging on a virtual wall. So it does take a little bit of imagination to see where this is going, but that's where it's going.
And we're getting up on time here, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about one thing here, because when I think about us as creators, and especially as Web 2, with this Web 2 mind that I have right now, I'm thinking about when I create content, I'm looking to go one to many, right? Like I want to create this one piece, has the same experience, and whether it's an article or a video or a podcast or whatever that piece of content is, and it's going to go out and it's going to have that fungible quality to it. It's going to be the same for everybody. So how does that, how should we start thinking about content production, the creation of things in a world where things are non-fungible, where it's like, no, everybody's going to have a different experience and own that experience?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I don't think that the content part, the audience attraction and serving part, is different. I think your most engaged audience members, what I call the minimum viable audience, the people who really, your super fans, whatever term you want to use, that's another word for community. And if you pay attention to the Web3 space, it's all about community. So how you attract people to you, I don't think changes necessarily, but I think what's going to be interesting, and again, this is why I think writers should dip their toe in and pay attention to what's going on, because community building, effectively, you're creating a movement of like-minded people, and that's storytelling. Yeah. Writers with the right mindset here can make a lot of money just participating in these communities, which is what I recommend people get started with first. But then also, all of a sudden you latch onto something, and then all of a sudden you become the community leader. But the difference, I think, with these tools of tokens and NFTs and something called DAOs, which are entities that are basically owned by the community thanks to tokens and NFTs. What we're really talking about here is instead of just gaining the benefits of being in a community. So Russ, say you have a community and you're going to teach me what you know, share your knowledge with me. That's the benefit to me of joining and paying you money. But you also would like to see me advocate in order to help you grow that community. It becomes our community. And that's when you add in an ownership level. My NFT goes up in value the more people who participate. My tokens go up in value the more people participate. So that's why a lot of people call Web3 the ownership web, where instead of an affiliate program, it's much more intimate than that. It's much more involved, where people have this natural congruency with the entrepreneur, the leader. A lot of people think Web3 is just a committee or a pure democracy. No, we need leaders more than ever. And I see content creators and writers as being those leaders. You're going to have to add to your skill set. But if you can tell stories and create content that attract people, you're going to have a leg up over people who throw around the word community, but have never done it before, right? And you're seeing that right now. A lot of tech bros are into Web3, but they don't really know what the fundamental skills are, and they're the ones writers have.
Yeah. I could talk to you about this for days, but I think there's probably a lot of people excited about what you're talking about here. And I mean, this thing seems to be evolving and changing. Where can they find out more about Web3 and what you're up to right now?
I have a new project called Future Freedom. So it's basically about using the trends and the emerging technology that it's just happening so rapidly. And that change is creating opportunities for us, and it's also freaking out everyone else. And that provides a leadership moment for a content creator to say, here, let me explain this to you. It's okay. Take a deep breath. We got this. And oh, it's going to change next week, but I'll get you up to date on that too. So Future Freedom is kind of my project for doing that for writers, creators, and digital entrepreneurs. So if you're interested, there's a free course over there to get you started. A great talk. You're right. We could keep going, but I think we got to.
Yeah, you talk about people that are scared by this. It's, I think they're scared because it's hard to get good information about this. And I appreciate you coming on here and helping us unpack this today. Really appreciate that.
My pleasure.
All right, guys, this was a great one. I'll throw it back to you, Katie and Rebecca.
Okay, that was a lot. I have to say I was a little bit intimidated going into that session. And actually, even in it, I felt a little bit intimidated by it. But like, little transparency, I will tell you, I have actually watched that presentation a couple of times now. And if you watch it again, it does seem to get clearer the more you dig in and understand it. So you will have access to the recordings, and I highly recommend that you go back. But I think the biggest takeaway from me was that really towards the end, when he talked about, if you can tell stories, if you can build relationships as a writer, there's huge opportunity in what is coming in Web3. And you really don't even have to be in Web3 yet, but just the awareness of this opportunity that's coming our way.
Oh, I agree, Rebecca. And what really struck out with me, and I wrote it down, is, it's all marketing. We started calling it content marketing. Then we've started calling it digital marketing, but it's really all marketing. And that's what we do. That's what we know. That's what we live and breathe. So the fact that you understand that, that does give you an advantage. And also, I love the whole that Web3 is all about community. That's what we've been living and breathing these last couple years, particularly building engagement, building community. And the fact that us writers who understand that and can tell stories, and that can create content, you guys are going to be the leaders in this space. They're going to be looking for you. Companies are going to be looking for you to help them create these communities. So I really, even though it was a little confusing, I agree. I really walked away being very optimistic. And speaking of optimistic and just continuing this conversation a bit, our next speaker, Nick Usborne, is hands down one of the most knowledgeable, excuse me, web copywriters and site optimization experts in the industry. He was a pioneer of web copywriting back with what Brian was talking about. He was really there when the web became a thing, and he was teaching companies how to apply persuasive writing, copywriting, direct response to this new opportunity for him. He's written and consulted for dozens of major companies, including Disney, AOL, the New York Times, and Intuit. He's a phenomenal teacher. He's really one of our always most popular. His courses always sell out for AWAI, and the contributions that he's made to AWAI over our 25-year history has really kept us on this cutting edge of this digital world. I don't think it's a stretch to say that tens of thousands of copywriters owe at least part of their success to Nick's teaching. And the thing about Nick is he was always one of the first writers on the scene when it comes to new web opportunities. That hasn't changed, and we're going to hear more about that today. So with that, Nick and Bonnie, over to you.
Hi, Nick.
Hi there. Hi, Bonnie.
I'm
Right.
so glad you're here because we just heard all about Web3, blockchain technology, and NFTs from Brian Clark. And of course, it's fascinating to think about like where the web could potentially be headed. I mean,
Yeah.
my mind is already exploding, but I can't wait to hear your take on this. So can you tell us a little bit about your own journey into this world and your interest in NFTs?
Sure. So briefly, I mean, we could go on about this for hours, but I guess first of all, I think like a lot of people, I got interested in crypto first, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, things like that. So 18 months, 2 years ago, I was getting into that, and I invested in a bit of Bitcoin, a bit of Ethereum. And then if you're in that space, then you start hearing about the NFT space, and NFTs. It's a non-fungible token. Brian talked about this. Basically, it's a smart contract on a blockchain, usually Ethereum. And I'm an art nerd. I'm fascinated, but I love art. I've always loved art, and I go to art galleries. I got a zillion and one art books, and it's NFT art. So I'm in fact an avid NFT art collector. I collect art. Yeah, I have quite a collection of NFT art. So I have this whole different persona. I'm pseudonymous. I'm not Nick Usborne in that space. I have a handle there, and I have quite a well-known art collection. So I love that. So I love it as well as learning from that space. But it's not just art, NFTs. Like Brian touched on this, but hey, musicians for the first time are making money out of their music because they're not waiting for a few pennies from Spotify. They're selling their works as NFTs, and their fans buy fractions of that NFT. So you can, if you love a band and they sell an NFT that is basically an ownership of a song or an album, you own a fraction of that along with lots of other fans. And then in the future, so it's kind of cool. So, hey, I own a bit of that song. I own a fraction of that song. And in the future, if it turns out to be a huge hit, you're going to earn royalties from your share of that song.
Wow.
So hey, there are thousands of artists who've never been able to make a living from their art. They just had to do their art part-time, digital artists, and they're now making a living full-time with NFT art. I mean, there are so many things. I'm a member of a whole bunch of groups, and my membership is an NFT. I don't like buy a membership with dollars. I buy a membership with Ether on the Ethereum blockchain. And so that membership gives me access to that group and all the good stuff that happens. If at some point I say to myself, you know what, I've outgrown this, I'm no longer interested, I haven't lost that. I can actually sell that NFT. I can resell it to someone else who wants to be a member. And in fact, when I look at all the membership tokens that I have, that I purchased, they're all worth more now than when I purchased them. So I get to be a member of a group. I enjoy the group because I have access to my NFT membership card, as it were. And then, 6 months, a year later, I think I'm done with that, and I can sell it to someone else who really wants in, and I'm going to make a profit.
Wow.
On the set. There's so many
Wow.
things. I was reading there's a car manufacturer in a luxury car out of Italy, and they instead of bits of paper for the service record for these sports cars, the service record will now be an NFT. Why? Because you cannot forge an NFT. It's immutably written into the blockchain. It cannot be changed. It cannot be altered. It cannot be edited. That's what a blockchain is. A blockchain is a database that cannot be edited. Once it's there forever. So there are so many things, ownership, deeds, like mortgages will become NFTs, loans will become NFTs. It will. So yeah, we're just at the very, very beginning of something very, very huge. And I've gone down this rabbit hole because I love art, and that has allowed me to kind of enter into the space and learn a lot more about it.
Okay, that's so fascinating. You're blowing my mind even more right now, because I had always thought before today, I thought that NFTs were just these weird little pieces of art, digital art, and that was it. But now you're saying,
oh, it's a very small part of it. Yeah.
Doing this like gets rid of
event tickets. I bought some poetry as an NFT. There's a poet online that I follow, and I bought one of her poems as an NFT.
That's so cool.
Poets never used to be able to make money.
Right. Yeah. And now you're like a partial owner, right, of her poem, rather than the publishing company,
right,
or like the recording company being an owner of that song. That's so cool. That like,
so it's the fans. It's not Spotify. It's not the recording label. The fans now become owners of the artworks, whether it's music, whether it's poetry, whether it's video, whether it's a piece of digital art. Very cool.
So that being said, this is very exciting. That being said, marketers now, like in our Web 2.0 world that we're in, right? We rely really heavily on like the large central companies, right? So we rely on Google to place ads and rank in searches. We place ads on Facebook and host communities there. And just the way everything works right now is very dependent on all those like three main large companies basically that are running everything, right? So how is that going to change? How is that going to affect us in a Web3 world?
I don't think anyone needs to freak out. I think that Web 2 world will remain. But hey, these companies know about it. They understand it. Like this is why Facebook is now called Meta, for the metaverse. This is why Facebook purchased Oculus for that virtual world thing. So that's the whole thing. The other thing about NFTs we didn't talk about is you can go and you can buy virtual land in a virtual building in the metaverse. I had my art collection shown in a showing in an art gallery in the metaverse, and people were invited, and I walked around introducing the pieces of work and telling people about them.
Were you wearing like virtual clothes that you bought in a virtual store?
It was, I could have done, but I actually just went in. Basically, it's just like the really simple mannequin. But there were people wearing custom NFT clothing and things like that. So the future of business meetings could be in the metaverse, and Zuckerberg knows this. That's why Facebook becomes Meta, why they bought Oculus. They're getting into the metaverse. Twitter, now some people now have the opportunity to take their profile picture and have a verified one of their NFTs as their profile picture. So Twitter is getting into this space. They get it. They understand what's going on. Doesn't mean to say Facebook's going away. Google's not going away. But what is interesting to me is that we don't yet know what the next big thing is going to be. So if I go back to 1997, this is before Google. There were lots of search engines around. We had no idea Google was just around the corner. We had no idea. Those companies had no idea Google was about to appear and eat their lunch and blow everything apart. And we're in that same space now. We have these legacy companies. They're going to be around. They're going to still doing their thing. It's not going to go away. But there's some other, there's billions of dollars being poured into this space right now by venture capitalists and others, this Web3 space. And something is going to come in and it's going to kind of blow up a lot of stuff. We just don't know what it is yet or who it is.
So knowing that there are billions of dollars pouring into this space, where do you think are going to be the biggest opportunities for writers in this new space and marketers?
I think there are two separate. One is kind of exciting and scary, and the other is probably kind of reassuring. So let's do the first one, and that is to be a copywriter in this new emerging space for that new company that's going to eat Google and Facebook's lunch. All right. Like I say, there are probably hundreds of companies a day being formed to serve the Web3 space. And all those companies need websites and they need social, this space is really weird. It kind of lives, it doesn't live on Facebook, it lives on Twitter and Discord. That's where these communities live. And yeah, they need writers, they need social media writers, they need community writers within Discord, they need people writing. I'm running a website for a client right now in this space. Yeah. And so, yeah, there's hundreds to thousands of new companies. The rest of this year, there will be tens of thousands of new companies all requiring copywriters. And what they want, what they need is copywriters who get this space. So that is the deep, exciting opportunity.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you have more about that first opportunity? Sorry.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, I was going to say, you focus a lot on conversational copywriting, right? Like that's been your thing for a long time. And I'm just curious if you are sort of speaking like people speak in this space, like how does conversational copywriting play into that with Web3?
Right. It absolutely does. So in that native space, so in other words, not a regular company going all Web3, but a native Web3 business that has been formed last year or this year, there is a different culture. The age group, I was looking at this survey on Twitter, people saying, hey, what age are you? And actually the age group cut off at 45. And I was like, really? Okay.
On Twitter?
Yeah. No, it was saying, what age are you? Are you under 20, under 25, under 35, or under 45? I didn't even have an option to put my age in.
Jerks.
And something like 80% of the people in the space chose under 35. So this is kind of a Gen X space.
Mm-hmm.
The language is different. The culture is different. There's a lot of the Web3 culture is about privacy. It's about decentralized power as opposed to centralized power like Facebook. If you go into places like Twitter and Discord, there is a kind of vernacular. There is a language. There are abbreviations. There's certain use of certain phrases and things that identify that you get it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is definitely conversational, but again, you need to immerse yourself in that space to kind of get the flavor of that. It is definitely not corporate speak. It is not kind of direct response speak a lot in that space. But we'll come back to that in a minute. But yes, definitely, there's going to be a demand for a new breed of copywriters who kind of immerse themselves in that culture. They call them, some of them call themselves degen. It's like a degenerate. You're a degen in that space. And there's a kind of rebellious element to that culture. You're against the man. You're against. It's almost like web version #1 all over again, but a new iteration today.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, definitely conversational copywriting rather than corporate or heavy sales copywriting.
Okay, yeah, but also understanding the language of it.
Yeah.
The specific language of it. So you also mentioned there was a second way that writers can make money within Web3.
Right. So I have a client right now. My biggest client by far is in this space, but in fact, it's a company that's been around for a while, and it is a traditional company. That it's a Web2 company. It's actually mainly based as an app, a smartphone app, though it has a website. And now it is adding functionality and layers to the business, which are Web3. All right, it's creating an NFT marketplace for itself. I can't talk too much because I'm on an NDA, but there's crypto all over it. So what's really interesting here is this guy heard about me through a mutual friend, didn't actually know about any of my NFT interests or background. He just heard that I was a decent copywriter. And he said, hey, Bob said you're a good copywriter. Here's a project. But he said, hey, here's the thing. This is all like crypto stuff, NFT stuff. And I said, that's okay. I know that. And he was like, what? Because again, his team is pretty young. The other guy on the team who knows about crypto is actually 20. All right. So there's him and me chatting about this stuff together. And so I got the gig, and I managed to get a very favorable deal Because what are the chances of one, a senior copywriter who also knows this space? It's like, how many of me are there? I don't know. It's like 1997 or 1995 all over again. It's like, how many of me are there? Somebody who is a senior copywriter who gets this space. Right. It's like tiny. All right. so that is a whole different opportunity. You know, when I talked about the Italian car company that is getting into NFTs for its service records, that is an established, very old school business having to get into this. So copywriters out there, their existing client roster, your existing client roster, sometime this year, one of your clients is saying, hey, you know what, we're getting into, and it'll be some aspect of the crypto space. It may be a token, it may be NFTs, it may be whatever. So wow. That then is in fact is going to be a much simpler win for copywriters. They don't have to go off and find the native Web3 startups and say, hey, I want to work for you. It can actually be the traditional companies that are all around them. It could be a music company, it could be a publishing company, it could be a car manufacturer, it could be an event company. I mean, a classic place for NFTs is tickets for events. You know, I buy tickets for the opera for the whole year. I can't go to on a particular day, so I just sell the NFT for that ticket to someone who wants it. So it's so there are so many companies out there where copywriters have clients, and it's going to happen. Not to every company, but a lot of companies are going to have to pay attention, and they're going to have to move over a bit. And so that, like I say, then what's happening? Like this client I'm working with, it's NFT stuff, it's crypto stuff, it's crypto tokens, it's the whole deep dive. But you know what we're doing this morning? I wrote a Facebook ad. Yesterday, I wrote a series of emails. Earlier this week, I've been rewriting pages on the website. So I'm actually doing what we do, right? So I'm doing what we do. Yeah. So it's not like this is some huge mystery. It's going to be a growth area for copywriters who are interested in it. And like I say, that the huge opportunity here is that companies are going to say, excuse me, we need a copywriter who is a professional copywriter and can do the Facebook ad and do the emails and do the web pages, but we need someone who gets this space, because honestly, internally, a lot of us don't even get it anyway, but we know we've got to start moving in that direction. So huge opportunity there.
So you mentioned that, you know, they really wanted you because you're a senior copywriter and you also have knowledge of all this stuff. But what about those of us who aren't senior copywriters necessarily? Like, how do we prepare ourselves? What can writers and marketers do to prepare to work for clients in this space and be desirable in that way?
All right. So when I say I was the senior copywriter, I was just talking about you don't have to be senior. You can just be, hey, you can be you can be anyone who's got training, and anyone who's done AWAI training. You're set. All right, you're qualified, you're a good copywriter, you're a trained copywriter, and then you're going to add in this layer. If you are not into the space, you need to learn this space. And the best way to do it, I think, is to immerse yourself. So I did it with art because I love art. And it's because I love art that I found myself forced to learn. But hang on, what is it? What is a crypto exchange? What is a wallet? How do I install a wallet? How do I keep my NFTs secure? How do I move money from cash into Ethereum to buy this piece? So you get on this rabbit hole of learning this stuff. And I think that I always learn by doing. I'm a terrible book learner. This is very complicated space for book learning. Your best thing to do is to learn. So if someone's listening to this saying, hey, I want to get into this, go to Coinbase. That's an exchange. Sign up at Coinbase, and go through the process. Grab $100, $500 from your bank account and put it into Ethereum, into Ether, this cryptocurrency. Then go maybe to OpenSea.io and scroll down through all the NFTs. Some of them are ridiculously expensive, some not so much. You'll learn about things called gas fees. You'll be down that rabbit hole, and your family will saying, hey, what are you doing? It's like, where did you go? It's because it's a huge amount of information. So I would learn by doing. Very, very hard to learn this is book learning. You want to get in there, and then go onto Twitter. And anything you buy, probably any kind of NFT you buy, there's an associated Twitter feed, there's an associated Discord. sign up, get into conversation, listen and learn, listen and learn, listen. And yeah, put some skin in the game, spend $500. I'm not even going to say how much I spent on the art.
Well, it sounds like it's paying off if you've got huge clients in the space now.
Yeah, but also the value of my collection is probably 5 times what I paid for it, because it's been going up in value. And we're actually in a bit of a downturn. So it's highly volatile. If you put a $5 or $1,000 in, you're going to be prepared to lose it all. Very, very volatile space. Not for the faint of heart, but fascinating. And like I say, it's the best way to learn is to, put a bit of skin in the game and play around with it. Because then, and I always say this, when you get into a conversation with a client and they start using the language of this space, you say, yeah, I understand that. I get that. So all of a sudden they feel confident that you get it. And like I said, there's tons of traditional writing, whether it's email or websites or sales pages. I wrote a pop-up as well. So it's all the usual stuff, but it's in web space. It's in Web3 space. So it's different language, different understanding.
Well, that's exciting and reassuring at the same time. So it's like brand new, and there's this whole new opportunity, but also kind of familiar.
It's huge, and it's like I say, it is just what. Hey, there's some early adopters have been playing around in this space for years, but it's just on the verge now of exploding into the kind of mainstream. So it's a perfect time to get into it.
That was amazing. Well, thank you so much, Nick. I think you just kind of opened all of our minds even more to what's probably coming. Really, really appreciate your insights on this. So thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Always happy to talk about this stuff.
Oh my goodness, I love Nick's enthusiasm. And I kind of have a slightly better idea of what NFTs are and how they pertain to what Brian was talking about earlier with regards to communities.
And I love that Nick brought it back to the opportunities for our listeners, for our writers. It's finding out what you need to be one of these new breeds of copywriters, and then being the first in. That's Nick's specialty. That's his superpower, is understanding that. And I love that he shined a light on that this is a first in opportunity for writers to help companies that are breaking this new territory.
I love that first. Yeah. And I love that first in idea. You don't have to be first in, but Nick has just always been the guy who recognizes opportunity for writers as it's appearing. It's like a whole new industry for copywriters is being born right before our eyes. And I am super grateful that he said, we don't need to freak out.
The old one's not going anywhere.
No, Web 2 isn't going away. And as really all of our speakers have shared today, you don't need to learn a whole new set of skills. Good writing is good writing, and the fundamentals remain the same. But it's definitely worth, after listening to Brian and to Nick, it's worth paying attention to this space and being ready to help clients build new layers of their business into Web3. So next, we're going to hear from Heather Robson. Heather is a pioneer of UX copywriting and the managing editor of our popular membership community, Wealthy Web Writer, which keeps digital copywriters and content writers up to date and able to profit from all these changes and opportunities that are happening today. What I love most about Heather is her curiosity and ability to consume and process tons of information. Whenever I need to know what's going on with a certain new tech or some new trend in web writing, I give her a call. And what we talked about recently, Heather is about to reveal a lot of good news for digital copywriters in 2022, including 3 digital marketing trends you should definitely keep your eye on. Heather is now on with AWAI's Director of Training, Jade Trueblood. Jade and Heather, over to you.
Hi, Heather. Welcome to AWAI Summit.
Hi, Jade. Thank you so much for having me here. I always love to be part of the summit. It's a lot of fun.
Well, I think that whenever we think of AWAI, you are for sure an integral part, especially as the editor of Wealthy Web Writer. And speaking of Wealthy Web Writer, there's a lot of change happening in the landscape of the web. What do you see happening in 2022?
What I see happening, and I'm not going to limit it to 2022 because I think we're looking at things that are happening over the next 5 years, but things that are of concern to writers particularly. I know a lot of writers ask me about AI. Is artificial intelligence going to start writing all the copy? Are they going to displace us? And it is true. There are a lot of things kind of coming on deck with AI. There are a lot of big companies that are starting to use some artificial intelligence to very quickly, at a much faster than humanly possible rate, test different wordings for small ads to see what really works well. That being said, I'm not actually worried about AI. And the reason I'm not worried about AI is that while I think it does have a place for, quick ads, anything that is longer form, I think eventually AI will be able to write that. Actually, a couple of years ago, an AI written novel made it into the finalists for an amateur novel competition in Japan. So that gives you an idea of kind of what's happening. That being said, I think it'll be a novelty. I think it'll be something that people are interested in for a time. But while technology changes, people don't really change, and they want to feel connected. They want to feel a sense of shared values. They want to feel cared for. They want to feel a sense of belonging, and they want to feel that from the companies that they purchase things from. And so they're not really going to, it'll be cool to read a blog post written by AI, but I think a lot of companies will be able to differentiate themselves by saying, we write our own blog posts. These blog posts are written by real people. And I think we'll see audiences gravitate toward that. I don't think that they'll have a lot of patience for longer form copy written by AI. And I think we're already seeing a lot of evidence of that. If you think about how popular podcasts have gotten, particularly these long form 2 and 3 hour conversational podcasts have gotten very, very popular. That's because people, they see the real people, they have a chance to actually, go below the surface rather than just skimming the surface, as we've all kind of done on the internet for a long time. People are getting tired of that. They want more depth. They want more content. So that's what I see in terms of AI. It's going to have a place, but it's not going to replace us as writers.
I love that.
The other big thing that we're seeing is we're starting to see some tension between personalization and privacy. Apple recently made the decision to let people choose with the apps on their phone, whether or not that app could track you outside of that app and see what else you're doing on the web. Google is very slowly phasing out third-party cookies. And so all of this really personalized, targeted advertising that we've been able to do using Google and Facebook, it's going to be shifting a little bit. And it's kind of an interesting, like I said, it's an interesting dynamic because people really like personalization. They really like to get ads that are relevant to them, that make sense to them. But then when they realize the way that that's happening is this company is just gathering and scraping all of my data and selling it, that really sits with them wrong. And so we're going to see companies really have to either work to convince their users that it's a good idea to let them track them across different applications, or they're going to have to work not with third-party data, but with first-party data, which means convincing your customer to sign up for your email list and to have conversations with you to tell you more about what it is that they like and what it is that they want. And we're already seeing, some companies are taking a totally different approach. For example, DuckDuckGo, which is a browser that competes with Google, it doesn't track your particular data at all, but it does serve you targeted ads. And the way that it serves you targeted ads is it basically says, okay, you just did a search for lawnmowers, so we're going to give you ads for landscaping. We're not going to remarket you later on other sites. You're just going to see ads for landscaping while you're here. And they're being very successful. A lot of people are turning to them. So we're going to be seeing, like I said, this tension between privacy and personalization, which actually is also good news for us as writers, because it means that companies need to work harder to win trust. It also means that companies need to work harder in terms of doing sensible segmentation. And every time a company segments their list, segments their audience, recognizes they have another audience they need to cater to, it multiplies the amount of writing that they need. So that puts us in very high demand. In addition to those two things, which I think are really important, I did do in preparation some just kind of looking at companies that have been running surveys of marketers, HubSpot, Market Drive. They are saying companies are putting a lot of money actually into influencer marketing. So they're working on making connections with influencers, particularly small scale influencers who have a very engaged audience. I can definitely see a place for writers there. We're also seeing another tension between short form and long form copy. Like we all know our attention span is getting smaller. I shouldn't say copy, I should say content. So short videos are really, really popular. That's something that companies are taking a lot of interest in. But long podcasts, long audio is also very popular. So we're seeing demand for both really short content and longer content. Any content you produce almost is going to have some writing associated with it to help support it. So those are trends to watch as well.
I think that the thing that I just take away, like the overall, if I generalize everything that you just said, I feel like there's the theme of depth. And I think that is where writers can really serve, because, you know, we saw like a few years ago a rise of companies like Tom's, where people, okay, if I'm putting my money into something, I want to know that there's good on the other end of it, right? And they really have that desire to see where that is going. And I think over the last few years, with data laws and just our time span has been so short of what free time we have. So we're so cognizant of where are we spending our time, who are we spending it on, where are we spending our money, who are we following, you know, like I think that companies have really been held their feet to the fire to have ethics. And now I think to create content that has depth, that is going to honor the time that people spend on your site and with you. I love that. I think that is a great place for our writers to be too. So, okay. So I'm going to do a little bit of an unveil, because this might be the unofficial unveiling of who knows. I called you the editor of Wealthy Web Writer at the beginning, but the name is changing. So Heather, why the shift, why the change, and what is the new name?
Well, we'll start with the new name, because I think it is revealing as to why we're making the shift. So we are moving from Wealthy Web Writer to digitalcopywriter.com. So there are a couple things driving this change. Way back, more than a decade ago, when we started Wealthy Web Writer, there was a lot of difference in people's minds between copywriters and content writers. And when we thought about things online, we were really thinking about web pages and maybe blog posts, but things have changed a lot in 10 years. We've had this convergence where we recognize that anything that is really involved in the sales process, whether it's improving brand awareness, gaining attention, earning traffic, nurturing relationships, pre-selling, actually selling, fulfilling, all of these things are part of the sales process. And so they really all do belong under the umbrella of copy. So who we serve at the site, they're all copywriters, whether they're writing blog posts or they're writing landing pages, they're all copywriters. And then the nature of the web has changed. Digital no longer just refers to the websites and web pages. We have social media, we have email marketing, we have a lot of different spaces. We have streaming that are digital, that aren't necessarily even on the web in some cases. And that's going to continue to change as we see more happening with augmented reality and virtual reality as well. And so we're really serving copywriters who work in the digital space, which is a much broader space than just the web. So we recognize things are changing really fast. Technology changes faster than humans do these days, which is sometimes a little bit unnerving. We also recognize that this is taking what was, when I started with Wealthy Web Writer, probably about 4 or 5 really well-defined channels or project types that you might specialize in. That's just grown and grown and grown. It's ballooned out. And we're seeing more and more, even established writers are kind of like, what do I need to know and what do I need to not know? Like, what can I not pay attention to? What should I focus on? How do I choose? And so we really want to build a site that does some more in-depth into the different skill types and how they apply to different situations, and really be able to help our writers and our members make sense of it all of this massive amounts of information and all these different options that you have. It can be overwhelming. So we want to help people figure out what they love to do, get the skills so that they can do it, and then build their business. And we also want to help established writers take what they're already doing and add value to it so that they can grow. Really, we just want to see every member have kind of a tailor-made writing business that is absolutely perfect for them, that they wake up every day thinking, my gosh, I'm so lucky that I get to do this.
Oh, I love that. Okay. So then, as a content copywriter, marketer, what changes do you think that they should be paying attention to? Because like you said, there's so many things happening. So where should writers focus in on?
A lot of the things that are tried and true remain tried and true because they really do work. And that comes back to what I was saying earlier, that, what do people really want? They want connection. They want belonging. They want to feel like they're putting good out into the world, even when they make a purchase. So the tried and true things that are continuing to work, we're seeing email work very well. Blogs still work very well. Case studies work very well. SEO works very well. Social media has, grown up, it's matured, and it works very well as well. I mean, we have all of these things that we've known about but there are changes that happen in those. And so you do want to keep up with each of those. Like we talked a little bit earlier about personalization, the sophistication that we can segment email with now is actually really impressive. And so that's, a place to look. But basically, I would say one of the things to watch is all the tried and true methods that we all already know about. Keep your eye on whichever one of those balls you think is most exciting. Some other things that I do think are also important to kind of keep your eye on: user experience, customer experience, they're really becoming a focal point. And part of the reason they're becoming a focal point is our clients are oftentimes having to do things to make sure that Google is happy with them or that Facebook is happy with them. And those giants, or Apple, and those giants are very, very focused on their users having a good user experience. So we need to provide a good user experience. So I was looking at an article on HubSpot, and I thought they summed it up really nicely. Instead of thinking in terms of a funnel where you grab attention and funnel people down to becoming customers, think of it in terms of a flywheel where you're earning attention, you are engaging with your audience, and then you're delighting them. So that puts the user right at the center of everything that you're doing. And I just said they're earning attention. That's another big shift to pay attention to. We have been in a market that relies in so many ways on buying attention, purchasing attention, or tricking people into giving us their attention. Don't do that. We're really shifting into earning attention, which circles back to what you were saying about this depth and this really good content. If we're going to earn attention, it means we have to be really, really good at what we do. And then for our business-to-business audience, I would say account-based marketing is getting a lot of buy-in from marketers right now. And account-based marketing is, I haven't done it, but I just look at it and I think, oh my gosh, that just looks like so much fun, because
it's always with you here that everything
looks fun. I was telling my daughter the other day, I was like, I never know what to cut out. She's like, that's because you like everything. How do you get rid of something?
So tell me a little bit, what is that? What is account-based marketing, you said?
Yeah, account-based marketing. So account-based marketing is where the sales team and the marketing team in bigger companies that are landing these really big accounts, so think like enterprise software, that kind of thing, they partner together and they learn about an individual company that they'd like to land as a client. And then they actually put together marketing packages that are really high production value, tailor-made. So they might do, say, a glossy magazine that is all about the company that they're trying to land. So it might have, highlights from that company's history and where they see that company going in the future, and like a mock-up of how their products could help them get there. So it's just really, really targeted, but very high production marketing materials that are informed by what sales teams are learning about a prospect as they get to know them. And that kind of tailor-made and having, you get to be really creative. Like, what do we want to do to blow those prospect socks off? You know, and so you could put together a webinar just for them. You can do all kinds of stuff, but it's really specific to that particular potential account's needs.
Wow. Okay, so you introduced us to today a whole bunch of new ideas, ideologies, things that are happening. You did briefly mention HubSpot. Other than that, if I'm something that, because like you said, it's so important to know what is going on in these spaces. So if I choose what space I want to be in and then decide I need to keep up to date with it, do you have any recommendations for how people can keep up to date on all this information that's changes that are going on?
Yeah, so I like to, you might have gotten the impression I like to sample things. So I'm always kind of on the lookout for new publications, but the ones I find myself going back to again and again, HubSpot is one. I think they do really good research. I think that they give really good advice on a broad variety of topics. They're all about inbound marketing, which is very writer-centric and often a part of what we do as writers. So good information to have there. Opt-in Monster has a really good blog for people interested in SEO and conversion optimization and leads and funnels and all that kind of stuff. Their blog's really well done. SEMrush has a really good blog. I like SEMrush because they do a lot of really good original research. So that's kind of fun. That one's going to keep you up with things that are search engine marketing and search engine optimization related. Search Engine Journal is a good one. Speaking of SEO to follow for content, I love Content Marketing Institute. It does excellent work, so I definitely check them out. For user experience, customer experience, particularly with e-commerce, there's a site called The Good, and their insights are really good. Yeah, so those are the ones that I kind of visit with. I'm sure that's not an exhaustive list.
No, but I think you should also toot your own horn here for a second. And I'm going to pretty much do it because you're very humble in this sense. But I do think that you and the writers at what was Wealthy Web Writer, what is now Digital Copywriting, you're looking at all of these spaces and all these places and curating this knowledge and coming up with, you know, webinars and content and articles for writers that are based on all these topics. Is that correct assumption?
That is correct. And we're even, as part of the update, I have one writer who I have hired and tasked to be a contributor, and her sole job is to research new technologies, new trends, and how they're going to affect writers in our different spaces.
Yeah, so there we go. Digital copywriter, another one to follow. Heather, you always blow my mind, but bring such attainable knowledge as well. So thank you so much for your contribution this year, and I look forward to working with you so much more.
Well, thank you so much for having me here. I always love talking about this stuff, and I'm looking forward to working with you and hopefully with a lot of our audience as well.
Yeah, awesome. Bye. Back to you, Katie and Rebecca.
Just like typical Heather fashion, it was a lot. She's so enthusiastic and interested in so many things. I love that about her. And Katie, I mean, the changes that we have seen at AWAI in this industry over the last 25 years since we started, it's already been so much, but the last few years, it's been so much. It's unnerving, like Heather said. I get emails every single week about AI and the future of these things and all of these changes. And I love what she said about, it's not about knowing all the stuff. You don't need to know it all. You have to know some of it. And I'm happy to hear about the change that she's making from Wealthy Web Writer to Digital Copywriter, to just be able to keep writers up to speed on what is needed, what they do need to know. I thought that was a great way of kind of showing this change that's happening really across our industry as a whole.
And it's meeting the needs that our writers have today, and we know that. But you know, the one thing that has been constant through our 25 years is writers being able to create a life that they love, a life that is fulfilling for them. And I love that Heather touched on that, and how she said how content really helps you create these tailor-made careers that are just right for you, that shine a light on your passions and what gets you excited. And our next speaker, Steph Smith, has done that, and she's going to share exactly how she's done that and how you can, what she says, do content right. In her first year online, her personal blog reached 400,000 page views and thousands of subscribers. So she knows a thing or two about getting content right, about getting attention in this noisy content world. So she's going to break down her whole process for us right now and in this next presentation. And just a little background about Steph. She leads the team at Trends, which is the hustle markets research community that essentially predicts the future of data. She's also a coder and developer and successful podcaster with tens of thousands of listeners every month. Russ and Steph, over to you.
All right. Thank you, Katie and Rebecca. We're here with Steph Smith to talk about all the opportunity that we see online. The internet has created this situation where anyone can publish. And what sort of problem has that created for new content creators out there, Steph?
Yeah, so in the last, I'd say 2 to 3 decades, we've seen just a huge influx of tools that have democratized the ability for people to publish online. And that's amazing. That's definitely a net positive for the world. That means all of us can participate in this online ecosystem. But that also means that if everyone can participate, you're seeing a lot more people who do participate, right? And that naturally makes the ecosystem a lot more competitive. Just to kind of give people a few numbers that support this idea that it's highly competitive, every minute you're seeing 1,800 WordPress posts created. You're seeing over 350,000 tweets sent. You're seeing 500 hours of YouTube video uploaded. So everyone everywhere is participating in this ecosystem. And then the question becomes, how do I participate? And not just how do I participate, but how do I stand out? Because most people creating content aren't just looking to do it for the craft. They want something in return. They want those eyeballs. Well, there's only a certain number of eyeballs out there, right? The supply of content has increased exponentially, but the demand for it hasn't actually changed that much. So then it becomes, you get to the question of like, how can I be that person that does get the lion's share of the content, which is something else that's important in that equation, in that in the age of the internet, the return of attention is not delivered linearly either. It means that a couple people are getting the lion's share of that attention. And again, the question becomes, how do I become that person or that set of people?
Yeah, because we're still seeing people break through the noise, right? It's not that there's no room in the pool here for new voices. So, what can we do? I understand like there's a tremendous amount of content being produced, and that there's going to be people that are going to get the lion's share of the attention. So how do we go about that? Like, how can we be better at creating content?
Yeah, so I think a misconception is the idea that if there's all these people participating, then it's like too late for me, right? People have been saying it's too late to create a blog since the early 2000s. And guess what? In 2022, people are still launching new successful blogs every single day. The same thing is true for Twitter. Same thing is true for, platforms that have existed for many, many years, if not decades. And so if you realize that it's not too late, even though it may not be as easy, then the question becomes, yes, how do I stand out in the sea of sameness? And one thing to keep in mind is when you think of saturation in a space, the saturation is not the sheer number of people in a space, it's your ability to out-innovate them. And that's why there is always opportunity, regardless of how many people are participating. Because if you do find a way, an angle to be even slightly better than what already exists out there, you can participate. Example that I always like to give, which is not from the writing space, but can be applied, is Costco. Costco entered the general retail space many decades ago when it was already quite saturated, or people would have thought it was saturated, right? They were competing against incumbents like Walmart, right? And a lot of people would have said, why would you enter this space, right? Like there's enough money and enough power in this space. Why would you want to compete against that? Well, what Costco did is they said, well, what are all the things that people might care about in general retail? They might care about cost or ambiance or package sizes or brand diversity, location, the quality of the service. And what Costco said is, we know that we can outcompete on one thing, and it's cost. And it's literally in their name. People forget that. And that is why Costco has been able to develop this amazing brand that everyone recognizes as being the most cost-friendly general retail store, in the market. And they've done incredibly well. You can just, Google Costco stock chart to get a sense of that. Now, why am I mentioning this? Well, what a lot of people did in general retail that tried to compete is they tried to be the average of everything, right? Like give okay cost, okay service, okay ambiance. Costco said, no. We're only going to focus on cost. That means we're going to have these big factory style settings. We're going to be hard to get to. We're going to only have a certain number of SKUs, but we're going to trade all that off to really zone in on this one thing. And they succeeded. Now, how can I apply this to content? Well, you need to do the same thing with content. What I see a lot of people do is they say, I'm going to create a newsletter about travel, or I'm going to create a podcast about technology. And I say, okay. And they ask me, how do you think it's going to do, Steph? And I tell them, I candidly don't know, because I see tons of newsletters that are super successful in the travel space. And then I see a ton that aren't. And so it's not what is being created, it's how it's being done, in the same way Costco did it, right? It's not that they were building a general retail store, it's that they actually found a very clear differentiator that they were much better at, and people came to know them for that thing. And so in the content space, that also applies. So is it that your content about business, is it way funnier than the other newsletters out there? Is it more relatable? Is it more contrarian? There's a newsletter called Charter that is just more visual. They create these beautiful infographics about the same topics that everyone else is talking about in business news. And so if you're going into this space, recognizing that, yes, there are a lot of people participating, you have to ask yourself the question, how am I going to be different? How is my approach, my differentiation going to be different? Not in the topics that I'm talking about, but how I'm actually communicating those things. And one final note on that, if people don't appreciate the importance of this, just ask yourself how you communicate the writing that you like to your friends. You go to your friend and you say, there's this amazing newsletter, and you never say, there's this amazing newsletter that writes about travel. You say, there's this amazing newsletter, this person is hilarious, right? Or this newsletter is X, Y, or Z. So the adjectives you're using are important, not just because they make your content better, but that is how people justify whether they're spending time with you, and also whether they're sharing that with someone else.
That's so good. Yeah. I mean, no one's going to text you and say like, hey, there's another travel site. It's like, yeah, of course there is. There's thousands of them. What's different about this one? I think about, there's a company in the States that has somehow successfully competed with Subway sandwiches, and they're called Jimmy John's. You guys from the States will know this company, and they've differentiated themselves on speed, right? So they are just faster than everybody else that makes sandwiches. They're not better. The taste of the sandwich is not that much better, or it's just, that's the differentiator that they went all in on, is speed.
Exactly. And even if you think about, let's say, the news outlets that we're drawn to also compete on some facets like that, right? So some of them are quicker. They get you the breaking news the fastest, while some others are like, we're not going to focus on that, but we're going to be the most trusted source. So we spend the time, checking our references, fact checking our articles, etc. And so you don't need to be all of those things. The point is, you find one thing that people truly care about, and you differentiate and become the absolute best at that, the way that Costco did. And for some strange reason, people forget this often with content. Like they apply that to, the Subways or the Jimmy John's, they apply that to the next fintech app, but they don't seem to remember that this is equally essential for content, because you're asking for people's attention, and they're only going to serve that attention to the things that are truly the best at the things they care about.
So I found this really interesting. You call this finding a differentiator. You've got this concept of a personal monopoly. What is that?
Yeah, so one important thing to keep in mind is that if you truly are going to differentiate in some way, hopefully there is some experience level or something that you are uniquely capable of doing that allows you to have that differentiator. And this idea of a personal monopoly is a way to find it. And so it's basically certain questions that you can start asking yourself to uncover the things that you are uniquely capable of serving to the world, right? And so it doesn't even need to be that you're the Olympic athlete in a particular space, but what have you spent more time thinking about than the average person? What industry have you spent more time in than the average person? What are you uniquely capable of talking about? Because something to keep in mind is it's really hard to find a differentiator, whether it's like being funny or contrarian or these almost like twists on writing, if you're not experienced in a space. Because, you know, some people say that like, you know, that you can speak a second language when you start using humor. And that's because you are competent in that language, that you can now start playing with it. And the same thing is true with content, where if you are writing about a subject that you don't have any unique experience in, it's going to be really hard to like throw humor in, right? Or to like create these beautiful infographics that synthesize a really complex topic into something much simpler. And so this personal monopoly is about identifying your unique area of competence that the world probably has other people that can talk about as well, but that most people don't have, right? That aren't as experienced in that particular space. And so there's this really simple question, which I think people sometimes overcomplicate things, is just to ask yourself, like, what is something that you've spent an above average amount of time thinking about or learning about or talking to friends about, or ruminating on? And if you can find something that you have spent an above average amount of time thinking about, you probably can compose that into something that's valuable to the average person, because guess what? They haven't spent that time thinking about that particular subject.
And once I've arrived at this thing, let's say I've arrived at this idea, like, oh yeah, you know, I think so much about gardening. Let's say, like, I love to garden. I've been gardening for several years. I'm competent in it. I think about it a lot. I know more than the average person about it. How do I take something broad like gardening and then put my spin on it? Am I looking at the way that the content gets delivered? Am I looking at the tone? Like, what are some of the different ways that I can add my particular spin to it?
So you're exactly right. Like, if someone came to me and said, I'm starting a gardening newsletter, I'd be like, okay, again, I have no idea if this is going to be successful. And so what is going to draw fellow gardeners to your newsletter versus all of the other gardening newsletters or blogs or, you know, other forms of content out there? And one way to kind of uncover what other people might want, as simple as this is to see, you know, among the gardening newsletters out there, if you are a gardener, what do you feel is missing? Like, you see all these blog posts and they're really dull. Like, are you looking for a newsletter that just like brightens up your day or is hilarious? Or are you looking for something that's a lot more straightforward? Are you finding that in all of the gardening content out there, it's just like overly complex? Like, I know, for example, I always try to Google things like how to not kill my plants, and I get back, you know, a streamline of things like, oh, maybe you're overwatering it, maybe you're underwatering it, maybe you're doing all these other things, and I just feel confused. And so maybe a much more concise, direct, clear newsletter is what people need. Maybe they do need a visual newsletter. Maybe they need one concentrated on one type of plant or one climate, right? So if you are an expert in the space, and again, this is why, you know, you don't need to, again, be the Olympic athlete in the space, but having a comprehensive understanding of what you're talking about likely will uncover things where you've noticed, like, oh yeah, there's not really anything that does it in this way, or I've been really wanting this. And another way to uncover other types of content differentiation is just to go through the exercise of basically going through your own inbox. It doesn't have to be gardening newsletters, but just any newsletters that you read, and then hopefully you like them if they're in your inbox. If you don't, then you should be unsubscribing to them. But for the ones you like, write down a sentence of why you like it. Like, just imagine you're talking to a friend, like, hey, Russ, I love this newsletter because it's blah, 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 blah. And then take that sentence and parse it into a single adjective. Again, we've gone through many of them: contrarian, fun, lighthearted,
I like that.
right?
Yeah.
And take that, or take those adjectives, right? That you'll do this for like 5 to 10, maybe 20 newsletters. I don't know how many you subscribe to, but you'll notice a theme. And that theme is likely, you know, the types of spin that you enjoy. And I typically encourage people to approach it in that way, right? To like maybe lean on what they enjoy in other newsletters, because that's something that they're naturally drawn to, and they'll probably be able to execute quite well, that they're familiar with. And so you can reinvent the wheel and choose a completely different differentiator, but that's one way to maybe uncover the types of differentiators that you enjoy, or just understand the types of differentiators in content that are out there. Because again, I think people focus too much on the what, like what content is, gardening, technology, business, fashion, etc., instead of the things that we talked about, the way of speaking about it in a unique way.
Well, and one of the things I've seen you talk about that I think is genius is you say, decide the what, the what that you are for who. So like an example that I've seen you give is, this is Good Morning America for nerdy folks, or this is Oprah for millennials. So how does that work? How can you help them think through how to apply the what for who sort of formula?
Yeah. So again, I think there is like very, very universal startup or business advice that people forget or choose not to apply to writing that I think is a missed opportunity. And one of the most common pieces of startup advice, like if you're creating a business, one of the very first things you should be asking yourself is who the hell you're creating this for, right? And that can actually be the precursor to finding your differentiator, because if you're choosing a differentiator before you actually know who you're writing for, that may not align. You should first be asking, like, am I writing this for millennials? Am I writing this for the complete beginner in gardening? Or am I writing this for someone who has been gardening for 30 years, right? Am I writing this for someone in this climate or another climate? Get really specific. And you don't have to, check all those boxes and end up with like, this archetype that, only exists across like 10 people in the world. But the point is, you should be really clear about who you're targeting this towards, so that you can write these like one-liners. Again, this is very classic in startups, to be able to be like, yes, I'm the Wall Street Journal for millennials, or like another one was design training for developers. There's so much design training out there, but Refactoring UI is an example of a company that basically was like, you know what, there's a lot of design training out there, but there's not really the right type of design training for developers that caters to this unique audience that has unique needs. And we understand this audience, and we're creating this, and they're I think it was an ebook or a course, has been extremely successful. And so people, as they go through the process of creating content, I think skip over these really essential steps of just asking yourself, like, what am I creating and who is it for? And if you have a good, almost like what for who, you also have that like how built in, right? So when I say Oprah for millennials, you get a sense of what that differentiator might be. Or Farnham Streets is noise canceling headphones for the internet. Baked into that, I can tell that Shane, the guy who writes it, is maybe not the funniest, maybe not the most contrarian, but he is going to be really, really high quality, really clear, and not write about, unimportant things. You could even say his content is something that like will stick with you, throughout the years. It's evergreen versus something that's more news focused, right? And so people should be able to get a sense of what your differentiator is through your what for who as well. And it should really be no longer than a sentence. If you're finding yourself writing like, oh, I'm writing about X, Y, or Z for these people, but only sometimes, or if you're overcomplicating it, to me that says that you actually don't have a clear perspective on who you're serving and kind of what the problem you're solving for them.
All right, we're getting close to time here, but I did want to ask you about this other concept that you have about working through ideas, and that you've got these 3 factors. You call it the idea ikigai, and that there's these 3 factors that we can look at. We're looking to find topics and find our own monopoly when we have all green lights in all 3 of these things. And what are the 3 things that you recommend?
Yeah. So again, I think people sometimes overcomplicate things, and they try to find like really, really niche topics that no one cares about, or they just try to jump on the bandwagon of whatever's popular at that time. But I think a very, very simple framework for just thinking about what you can create that people will love is just, what do you find interesting out there, right? So what draws your eye? What are you excited to write about that doesn't exist in its exact form? I'll talk about that one in a second. And then the third is something that you can contribute uniquely to. So something that, again, you have you've been working at this job for, 3 years and no one else has done that, or maybe 30 years. Maybe you have just like traveled the world and traveled to 50 countries, and not many people have done that. That is something that you can uniquely speak to. And then coming back to this idea of doesn't exist in its exact form, that brings us back to this idea of a differentiator. So an example from my own life, when I started my blog, I remember thinking, like many people do, it's so competitive, there's no way this is going to be successful. But there was one thing that I really did have the experience to speak uniquely to. And it was things like leading remote teams. This was far before the pandemic. And so not many people were doing that. And didn't exist in its exact form for me meant that most of the content out there was focused on selling something, right? Like selling people a course or selling people a particular lifestyle or to like get them to sign up for specific software. And my goal was not any of that. So my differentiator in that case was, I'm going to talk about remote work in the most honest, transparent way that I don't see online. There was no motive. And even one of my first articles was something like the guide to remote work that's not trying to sell you anything. And so that's what I mean by it doesn't exist in its exact form. You can see other stuff out there. But again, if you're having this like sense that you're like, why hasn't anyone written an article about this? Or why hasn't anyone written about it in this way? I think that's when you've kind of unlocked something. So again, something you find interesting that doesn't exist in its exact form, and then something that you can contribute uniquely to. And one of the beautiful things about the era of the internet is that in the past, your only distribution mechanisms were things like the radio or the newspaper, mass media mechanisms, which meant that you could only talk about things that the masses would care about, because the New York Times would not take some article that you wrote about like learning Google Sheets for, like business managers, right? But because we're in this era of the internet, your audience is much larger, or potential audience, but it's also more segmented. You can reach very, very specific people. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because you might go through this framework of idea ikigai and come up with a bunch of topics. And your intuition at first might be, oh, there's not going to be enough people who care about this thing. Generally, not always, but generally, if you are like super, super excited about something, there's going to be quite a few other people in the 7 billion that exists on this earth that also will be interested in that. And today with the internet, you can reach them. So some newsletters that you might be like, oh, these are like way too niche, but are successful are things like learning Google Sheets, Drake lyrics. Like there's one newsletter about like, like medicinal marijuana specifically for people in Arizona, right? So you can actually get really specific these days, and that's empowering, right? Because you can go through this idea of idea ikigai, and you don't have to be writing about what everyone else cares about. You can actually get quite niche and still have a sizable audience.
All right, so we're looking for things that are interesting, don't exist in the exact form, and something that the person can contribute uniquely to. I love that. I think there's going to be a lot of people out there that had some serious aha moments listening to you talk today. Where can people find out more about what you're working on and just engage more with what you're doing?
Thanks. And yeah, I hope people found this helpful. If they are interested in, or if they have any follow-up questions, I should say, they can reach me. I'm most active on Twitter. My handle is StephSmith.io, because my site, which is where you can find any other projects that I work on, is StephSmith.io. And then I guess the one project that I'm focused on these days is my podcast. So you can find that on wherever you find your podcast. It's
what's
called
your podcast about?
So it's called The Shit You Don't Learn in School. So you can probably deduce what it talks about. It talks about all the things that we think should have maybe been incorporated into formal education that really help you succeed as an adult who is past formal schooling. So things like critical questions like, should billionaires exist, or new pricing models that people haven't considered, or what's happening, with the future of work. Many people work remotely because of the pandemic, but what's the next phase of that? What does that look like with the next 10, 30 years? So yeah, we kind of change it up a lot, but the theme is things that we think maybe should have been covered in school.
Well, head over to that website. I'm sure you're linked up to the podcast and everything over there at stephsmith.io. And I appreciate you so much coming on and sharing your wisdom here, and looking forward to all the awesome things that you're going to continue doing in this space.
Thanks, Russ.
All right, back to you, Katie and Rebecca.
Okay, agree to disagree, Russ. I love me some Jimmy John.
Well, that aside, focusing on what Steph was talking about, what I really so appreciate, and I just love how this is all coming together, is she so is aligned with what we teach, and that is find your passion. There's an audience, there's a market for whatever you bring to the table, your special monopoly. And I feel that's so empowering. And I was so glad to hear her not only say it and prove it, but give so many tangible ways of doing it. I thought that was great. And I have to say, I also loved hearing her say it's not too late.
I think that's a big thing because a lot of writers entering the space have that fear. There's too many writers, there's too many people here. But just because, like she said, a market or niche is quote unquote saturated, it doesn't mean that there's not room for you. You know, there's something that you can do different. There's something that you can do better. So find that gap and just even asking yourself, what do you wish existed in your niche that doesn't already? Or figure out what makes you unique and make a gap. I love that. Like, you don't need to reach this huge audience. You can target super specific niches of people these days who want to know exactly what you have to say. Okay, so now even though you technically already met him, I'm excited to get to formally introduce our next speaker, Russ Henneberry. Russ says he cut his teeth in digital marketing back in 2004 when his boss asked a simple question: why are we showing up on Google? So Russ set out to become an SEO expert. He mastered every digital marketing discipline from there on, going on to literally write the book on the subject, co-authoring Digital Marketing for Dummies with Ryan Deiss. Since then, he's worked with Ryan at Digital Marketer and Neil Patel at Crazy Egg, just to name a few. And of course, he's one of our favorite people to work with here at AWAI, both as a digital marketing consultant and a faculty member for some of our certifications. Today, Russ is going to give us his formula for creating belief-shifting content, which, as he shares, is another way for us to double down on great copy and the art of persuasion in 2022. Jade and Russ, over to you.
Okay, hi Russ, welcome to AWAI Summit now as an interviewee.
I know, I'm excited. I've been on both sides of this.
Are you having fun?
Yes, getting to talk to some very smart people, including you, and excited to talk about this.
Okay, cool. So for a little bit of a backstory with everyone else, you and I were having a discussion about what you're doing for your clients right now, and you talked about something called belief shifting content. And I tried to prod and probe to try and break what this thing was, but the more I spoke to you, the more interesting it became. And I asked you to make it a topic for the summit this year. So on that note, can you tell everybody what is belief shifting content?
Yeah, well, it's something we can apply to any business, and I'm excited about it because, you know, when we think about why people do or don't buy from our clients, you know, the people that we're working for, they have customers. And those customers are making decisions about whether they will buy from the client or not. And when they choose not to, it's because there is some belief in place that is causing them to think that they can't get results, or that the whatever it is that we're asking them to buy is not valuable enough to them. And so when I've been working with clients, we've been working through, like, what are those beliefs that are causing people not to buy their products, and then building content that overcomes those beliefs. And it's, you know, and then we run traffic into that content and look to shift that belief. So an example might be that someone, you know, we were talking about this one, Jade, where we were talking about, like, if you were selling marathon running equipment or training to run a marathon, somebody, and I use this example because I think we can all relate to running and jogging, even though I don't run or jog, but I can relate to the idea that I may not think I can run a marathon. So why would I need marathon running equipment? And can we build content that would overcome that belief in the, you know, and help me understand that actually you could run a marathon if you wanted to, and therefore, you know, as an extension, would need my training or my marathon running equipment, shoes, or, you know, whatever it is that people buy when they go run marathons. Do you know? I have no idea.
I'm probably even worse off than you with that topic. But two important points on that. I think first off, the place and where this content usually comes up is top of funnel, correct? So you're creating awareness at the top of the funnel. And I think that you said something super important. It's belief shifting and not like belief changing or creating. So you're already speaking to people within that space and within that fitness or workout space. You're not trying to convince somebody that it's not worked out in 5 years that they can now run a marathon, right? So the person is already kind of warmed up to you.
Yeah. If we stick to the marathon running example, we're looking for, in that case, we would be looking for people that already are considering running a marathon. So they might be thinking like, yeah, like I could do that. I would love to do that. Let's take another example, like writing a book. A lot of people want to write a book, but may think, what are some of the beliefs that they might have that would cause them to not write that book? So it would be, I can't write a book. I've never wrote a book before. So how could I do it now? I don't have time to write a book. These are really common ones. Because at the end of the day, like a lot of times people choose not to buy a solution because they just don't think they can get the results. Like they've tried this before, or they have no experience in it, or they don't have time for it, or they can't afford it. These are really common beliefs that people have, and we can build content that overcomes those beliefs.
So why do you think that's the bottom line of why this content is important for a company to have and for a writer to create?
Well, I think it's a good framework around which to start thinking about the content that we want to build at the top of the funnel. You mentioned that term, top of the funnel. Mm-hmm. And what all that really means is that this is your widest possible audience. They may not even know that your client's company exists, that any of the solutions exist. They had never seen their logo before. These are often very cold leads or prospects for your client. And a lot of times they're coming in traffic wise via SEO. Like they've typed in a keyword like, can I run a marathon? How much time does it take to train for a marathon? They'll type that kind of stuff into Google. And if your client can get content to rank in the search engines there, they can get that traffic and then work on shifting those beliefs. But it's a good framework around which to think about what should we be producing for these top of funnel prospects. And, because a lot of times when we go to create content at the top of the funnel, we're just kind of guessing about, maybe they'll be interested in this, maybe they'll be interested in that. But this kind of content is, going to increase your batting average. I always call it the batting average, that the piece of content that you produced is actually going to be a hit. Right. So, when we go to produce a piece of content, like an article on a blog, for example, we want that piece of content to be an asset for our client's business for the long term. And this kind of content is very long term. It's important for them long term, not just, hey, here's a piece. All right, what's the next piece? Let's publish something else. Let's publish something else. Let's publish something else. This piece can be a real pillar for your client, because anybody that's coming in might be coming in with that belief, right? That belief that they can't do this, or they don't have time to do that, or they can't afford this. And so sending traffic to that piece can be very beneficial for your client for the long haul.
I would also think that, top of funnel would be like the most prime and ideal spot to create trust. And if you're providing me with a solution to my problem that I've been having at the top of funnel, that's got to create great trust with that brand before you're even purchasing with them.
Yeah, it's a great point. And the first part of creating trust is to empathize, right? So it's like, you need to be able to communicate to the person that you understand their problem or their whatever hang up they have towards your solution. Being able to state that is a really good place to start when it comes to trust. Like, oh, you understand me. You understand that I'm busy, for example. And I have 2 kids and a full-time job, and I'd love to run a marathon, or I'd love to write a book, or I'd love to do whatever it is you're talking about, but I just don't have time. And when we go and build a piece of content that talks about that and empathizes with that, and then shifts the belief, right? And that is a great way to build trust.
So I know, having been through with you during your courses, that our members love that you're very structured in your teaching and you provide formulas. So for this, would you be able to provide us with some sort of formula or structure in which we could create or build this content around?
Yeah, and I wrote this down for you guys. So like, I'm going to pull this across here and look at it while we talk. But so there's some parts of a piece like this. Let's just go with a written piece that is going to appear on a blog. And what we would do with this is we would drive SEO traffic. So we would use search engine optimization. For those of you guys out there that have been in my search engine optimization certification class at AWAI, you'll know what I mean. But like, you can apply SEO to a piece like this on a blog and drive search traffic. You can put it out on social media. You can go and buy advertising to go into a piece like this, because you know what it's trying to do is shift belief. And that's very powerful for your client. So they may want to go and buy traffic for this. And so when we think about that, like, we've got a blog piece, there's going to be some parts of what I'm going to mention here that I think are, absolutely should be a part of each blog post you would write that's belief shifting, and then other parts that are more optional. So let's start with the first thing. And this is kind of in order, right? You can shift it around and all that stuff, but like in order, the first thing you would want to do with a piece like this is empathize. And we mentioned that a second ago, right? You want to empathize with the belief. In other words, present the problem to them as you see it and let them understand that you get it. Like, I understand what the problem is. You want to write a book, you want to run a marathon, whatever it is, you don't believe you have the time to do it. And that is the first step, is to identify the problem, because then right away that person that's reading that is going to say, okay, I'm in the right place, right? This person gets me, this brand gets me, and I understand that this is probably a piece of content that I would want to grab a cup of coffee here and let's like read it. Let's read this piece. So that's the first step. And I'll go through the first ones that I believe are
Essential.
Yeah, essential. So second one would be to illustrate the cost. So you would want to say, here's the problem, right? Here's the belief you have. Now let me talk about like what that's costing you. And there's another formula that I use all the time. Dan Kennedy, I believe, popularized it, if not completely created it. But it's called problem, agitate, solution. It's a real easy way to write emails, ads, anything. You trot out the problem, you agitate the problem, right? You kind of really get in there and twist the knife, as Dan Kennedy would have said, and then you trot out the solution to the problem. So problem, agitate, solve. This is very similar to that. Empathize with the belief, tell them what that's costing them, right? Twist that knife a little bit, like, hey, you want to run this marathon, you don't have time. What's that costing you? And talk to them about what that problem and the fact that they have that belief, what cost that's costing them, and then bring out your solution. So 3 is bring out the solution. And that's, again, that problem, agitate, solve, empathize, illustrate the cost, then bring out the solution, which is going to be your training, if you're the marathon, or if it could be your equipment, it could be anything like that is the solution. You're going to bring out the solution to the problem. And then we talk about establishing authority. Like, why should they be listening to you versus anybody else? Like, do you have, like, what proof do you have that you are an authority in this space? And then we get into some things that are a little bit more optional, because what we want to do here is we want to start to shift their belief that in the example that they don't have time, for example. How can we present facts? So statistics, data, things like that. So let's go back through it. Empathize, illustrate the cost, provide a solution, establish authority. And now we're looking for some optional things like, what do you have that you can, what cards do you have to play with this piece? Is it facts? Do you have facts that you can lay out there? Like, actually, you do have time, right? Like these
you
facts.
need this amount of time. You don't need this amount of time, right?
Yeah, that might be a fact right there. It's like it only takes 45 minutes every third day to train for a marathon. I don't know that that's true.
I was gonna say we need something we know.
Doesn't seem right. But no, presenting those facts, right, might be advantageous to shifting the belief, right?
Yeah.
And it may not, so you might want to be careful. But like, so other ways to shift belief, so you can present facts. you can outline a system or a plan. I love this one because let's say you are providing marathon training and you have a system or a plan that will allow them to train in a much shorter period of time, or only train on the weekends, or whatever your system, your proprietary system or plan is, you can push that out there and help to shift that belief that they can't get this done in the amount of time that they have. And you're like, no, you don't understand. Like, we have a system, we have a plan, and present that plan to them in that belief shifting piece. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The other things we can do, we can tell stories. So do you have somebody that you already trained to run a marathon that had a full-time job, had kids, had all the things, right? And so you tell that story of that person. A shorter version of a story would be a testimonial. That's another one. You can sprinkle. So you might have multiples of these types of belief shifting elements in your piece. You might have facts, and then maybe you have a short story that you tell, and then maybe you sprinkle some testimonials in there, like some person that you have worked with that says, oh yeah, I ran this marathon. I only trained 2 hours a week or something like that. Again, I don't know if that's true, but maybe we should have chose something that we know.
It's a different topic. Yeah. But this is on you. This is your topic.
Well, in our certifications, we always talk about cooking and food, so we probably should have went there, but we didn't. So yeah,
that one. Yeah.
You can tell stories, right? You can use the story of another person that got results with this, that probably started out with the same belief that this person has, right? They had the same belief, they have the same problem, and yet this person got it done, right? Or got the results that they wanted, and maybe their story is that they were shocked at how easy it was to get the results that they wanted. And this is the kind of stuff that shifts belief, right? So you start out, remember at the beginning, it's like, here's what you believe, and here's what that's costing you. And in reality, your belief is not true. And here's how we know that, right? First of all, we're an authority in this space. And this is how we're an authority in this space. And then you can start working on what cards you have to play. Facts, systems and plans, stories, testimonials. Another really great one, and I know that AWAI is really good at training people to create, is case studies, right? Can you present a case study of something, which is a type of story, but that has a lot of like very specific results and is created in a very particular way. So there are different things we can do, different cards we can play in this piece to shift belief. Facts, systems and plans, stories, testimonials, case studies. But then the biggest key to this whole thing at the end of, or even in the middle, or wherever it's most natural and appropriate, is we ask the person to take the next step. And this is what we call the call to action, right? So we might say, contact us here, pick up the phone and call this, fill out this form, attend this webinar. Whatever it is, the next step is, we want to make sure to include that in this piece, because especially if your client is buying traffic to this belief shifting content, they're going to want to see conversions. They're going to see results. In the marathon example, it would be like, okay, so we've shifted their belief. They believe they can do it. Failing to make a call to action there to reach out to get marathon training or equipment or whatever it is we're selling would be bad marketing. So we want to make sure we include a call to action in the piece.
And so 2 questions for you then. You mentioned the beginning, it was like the PAS, so the solution was kind of in the middle there, but now the call to action is at the end. So you're saying first off that can go anywhere as long as it's naturally flowing within the content?
Yeah, so there's 2 different ways that I like to include calls to action in pieces like this. One would be just naturally, like, maybe you start talking about your system, which is, got some proprietary name. It's your marathon running training system. And if you mention it, I would go ahead and link across to maybe there's a product page or a sales page where we want them to go, or maybe you're mentioning the system, and really the next step in your marketing campaign is to get them on a longer training, like an hour-long webinar training like this, where we can really work on shifting that belief, right? We can present in very great detail what our plan or system is and all this thing. And you would link across for them to register for that webinar. But you can link to your call to action anywhere throughout the piece, but then also always include a call to action at the end. So always, because anybody that read all the way through that, some percentage of them is ready to take the next step. And we want to make sure we present a call to action there that's easy for them to click on and take advantage of. You could even include a lead form right at the bottom of that page. Like, hey, are you interested in talking to us about marathon training? Fill out this form.
And you're okay with the call to action or the solution, whatever, being a product, even though it's top of funnel, you are fine with selling it straight off the bat.
Well, yeah, well, I am, but there's always testing to be done, right? So like, let's say our marathon training is high ticket, right? It's expensive. Yeah. It's like, oh, well, we're going to ask them for like $5,000, for in-person marathon training and all that stuff. Maybe it's a very high ticket thing. Maybe we need to get them to some other place before we can sell that $5,000 thing. That's why I mentioned the webinar, or maybe it's a longer form piece of content, like a video of the marathon trainer explaining the system further, whatever it is, right? But there might be stages in between there. But if we're just trying to sell like a bundle, like some bundle of, here's your shoes, your water bottle, like, I know people eat food and stuff during the run. Don't people eat? Some people like eat things while they're running.
Yeah, I don't run and I still eat. So I don't know. They must do.
Yeah. So like, all the different, you might have this bundled package of equipment. Like, here's your marathon runner's training starter kit, right? And it's $600 or something like that. Maybe you can sell that right off the back of this type of a blog post, but you just have to test. Like, and yet that's the fun part about marketing, right? It's like, okay, let's try this piece, this particular belief. Let's create a piece that destroys that belief, that shifts that belief. And let's try making the call to action straight into the product. And it's like, well, okay, like, let's start testing that, but then let's also add something else to this piece. Like, let's add a webinar. Like, let's try running this particular blog post, but the call to action is to attend a live event where we're going to train you on something, that's free. And that's the different offers you can play around with. But I think of a piece of content like this one that we're talking about as a chess piece, right? It's a chess piece on a board. And when I'm working with clients, I'm like, let's get that piece produced and then we can move it around, right? Like maybe it's something that you send this kind of content to anybody that's on your email list that's never bought from you before. Because there's something, they're on your email list, but why have they not bought? Yeah. And there's going to be some belief that you need to shift to get them to move. So you go and you create 4 different pieces that shift belief. You and your client sit together. What could these beliefs be? And it's like, well, here's the top 4 we hear all the time why people don't buy. It's like, cool, I'm going to create a piece that shifts that each of those 4 beliefs, 4 different pieces, and let's send them out to your email list and see if we can activate some people and get them to move. Yeah. So I think of these pieces as chess pieces, just like any other piece of content or offer that I have on the table to play with when I'm looking at my own business or my client's business.
I do also love this because I feel like writers in the space can sometimes feel like you have to write super like negative pieces or very salesy pieces, and this does seem very positive because you're showing how somebody can do something. So I think that's going to appeal to a lot of people. The other thing is that this seems like you could pretty much create like a finite amount of this because we all have so many problems that we could address. So my last question for you, what is your take on how much you should be producing and how much content you should be putting out there of this caliber, or let's say of belief shifting content at least?
Well, the crazy thing is, if you build the right piece, you may need one, right, for a while anyway. And maybe you would wear it out and it would fatigue after a while. But this is not something where you're publishing daily belief shifting stuff. This is something where you sit down and you say, okay, like, let's outline the different beliefs that potential customers have that that we think we can overcome, right? And that we can shift. And then let's produce those pieces, and then let's test them. Like, let's run traffic to them and see whether they convert. Because that's the beautiful thing about digital marketing, is it's very measurable. You know, if we send 150 clicks from our email list over to an article, and we ask everybody that read it to register for a webinar, how many did that? You know what I mean? Like, did it work? So, you know, you only need one of these pieces to win. You can create the right one, and that's exciting too, right?
Yeah.
That you could produce a single piece of content that would have that much impact.
Yeah. Well, this has been belief shifting. No, it really has been so great. I think it'll be very evident to everybody listening today why members that go through your courses with us are so successful, because you make it, you know, attainable and doable. So thank you for your contribution today and your contribution to the summit. And I look forward to hearing more from you soon.
If anybody out there creates a piece of belief shifting content, please tag me in a Facebook group, an AWAI Facebook group, because I want to see it.
Awesome. Okay. Back to Rebecca and Katie. Bye.
Okay, so who here wants to run a marathon?
I certainly went in deep with that piece of content, but I love, you know, one of the things we talk so much about with copywriting is writing from a place of empathy. And I love that he brought that into the initial part of the conversation, because it just builds trust with the reader, and it just puts you in a better place. You're trying to help the person achieve what they want to achieve. I think my biggest takeaway, though, and I'm always looking for ways for writers to get their foot in the door with clients and for these opportunities to present for themselves, is just taking this idea and going to any company and not just saying, I want to write your content, but I have this very unique piece of content that I want to write for your company that will shift the belief of the people who are not buying into becoming buyers. Like, it's such a valuable way to enter a relationship.
It totally is. And also what he said this one sentence: think of what you're writing, what you're offering as an asset instead of just content. I mean, how valuable is that? That just puts you at a higher level. It makes the piece more powerful. I thought that was awesome. I thought that was a really great analogy. And plus all his step-by-step. I mean, that's what Russ is so well known for in all the classes that he teaches for us, is really breaking things down. And he did such a great job.
I love that. Yeah. He never just talks about the high level. He really gets to the how to. So that was awesome.
Yeah. So we have had so much great insights on becoming a better writer, becoming a better marketer. And now our next presenter is going to help you become a better entrepreneur. Tim Stoddart is the guy to help you do just that. He's a content marketer and automation expert, podcaster, addiction recovery advocate, CEO of Copyblogger, and an SEO expert. But with all that, he is a blogger at heart. His Sober Nation started as a simple blog and is now a worldwide community with a directory, podcast network, and a sober-inspired clothing line. Today, he's in the studio with Bonnie, where he'll be tackling the big issues that surround SEO in 2022. I can't wait to hear what's new. What can we safely ignore? And what's the best way to start a brand new SEO strategy from the ground up? Tim and Bonnie, over to you.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, Bonnie. How are you? Thank you for having me.
I'm so great. We're so glad to have you. So let's talk about SEO. So much has changed over time, right? Since we first started talking about SEO. And the general consensus right now seems to be just create quality content that people want, and you'll get the high quality traffic that you want. Is that true?
I'd say it's true, but I'd say there's some really serious criteria that you also need to meet, because there's a push-pull, I suppose.
Okay.
The hardcore SEOs will tell you that Google is just an algorithm. And no matter what, you still need to appease to the algorithm in order to get fined. But then that presents a little bit of a paradox, right? Because if every single piece of content ever created on the internet follows this exact formula, then like what else is there to actually understand what should be number one and number two and number three? And so the way that Google has solved that is basically by measuring user data and personal data. So some metrics like time on site, some different metrics as let's imagine I'm a user reading a piece of content, like did I stop at a particular part? And if I did, like was it that particular part on the page that actually answered the question that I searched? And so
Wow.
yeah, it's pretty complicated, but at the same time, I don't like to make it too complicated. What I like to tell people is that Google is a problem solving machine. Like fundamentally, the only reason anybody ever goes to Google is because they have a problem to solve. So if you solve that problem in the most efficient way possible while also following like SEO best practices, then you're just going to put yourself at the highest probability for success.
Okay. Well, that sounds fairly simple. Would you say that do you have any specifics or any way to increase our search traffic in 2022, knowing that?
Yeah, I think you can still get really, really far by just following some basic fundamentals. So one of the things that I always tell even some of our clients or some people that ask me questions, if you're using WordPress, which most people are, and I always recommend just because it's the most SEO friendly, there's a plugin called Yoast SEO, YOAST. And what Yoast does is it basically just allows you to check all of the boxes, and it tells you if you quote unquote check the boxes. So there's a field where you basically just type in the keyword that you're trying to rank for. And then as you meet these certain criteria, so that could be, did you actually put the keyword in your content? Did you put the keyword in your headers? Did you put the keyword in like the title of your article? And as you do those things, there's quite literally a list of like these criteria, and there'll be like a little green light next to it as you go through it. And so like one of the basic fundamentals that I always say is just get the light green. It'll make more sense if you actually look at Yoast. Like there's quite literally a little green dot that once you meet all the criteria, it lights up. And I mean, look, I've done a ton of case studies. I've tried it all different ways. I've tried to see like what happens if I don't follow that and I just write like the longest, most informative thing ever. And like absolutely without a shadow of a doubt, if you just use those simple best practices, it's still going to put you in a better position.
Wow. I mean, that sounds really simple.
Yeah.
So I've heard you talk about like getting local with your content. Can you talk a little bit about that and maybe some other strategies beyond the tools that we have?
I would love to, because local search is the biggest opportunity really that there is, and it'll probably stay this way for a long time. And the reason being is, well, it's always funny when I ask people to just observe their behavior, because we all do it every day and we don't even notice it, right? Like how many times do you pull out your cell phone and look for an address for a business, or type like coffee shop near me, or go to a local city? And this is a perfect example. Before we started recording, I was in Miami, and while I was in Miami, I got like a terrible random ear infection, and I needed to find a clinical, an urgent care. And so then what do? You type like urgent care near me. And so when we talk about SEO, that's kind of a broad term. It can mean a lot of things. Typically speaking, SEO is like three different things. It's the ads at the top of the page, and then usually underneath the ads, there's that map, right? Where you have the map with like those little red pins in it, where you can actually push the button to get directions or just to call the business directly. And then underneath the map is what we call organic, which basically is just links to like actual web pages. And so Google loves map search, because if you notice, if you look for a local restaurant, you never actually leave Google. right? Like all of a
Mhm.
sudden you click on the listing, and then on your phone, especially, it expands and you see the pictures, and you can push the button to give you directions. And that just brings you to like another Google product, which is Google Maps. And so all of that to say is that if you have a business with like an actual address, it's very, very opportunistic right now to show up in what we call the map pack, to get your listing seen and get awareness around like your local business. So that doesn't fit everybody's criteria, because some people sell digital products, or some people are
Sure.
creating membership sites, right? But
Right.
for those that have local businesses, like, man, it's never been a better time to be involved in that.
So how do you make that happen when you have a business in, let's say, Philadelphia or something, and you want to target people in that area? Like, how do you make sure you're showing up on the map and taking advantage of that?
Yeah, great question. As is all things with SEO, it's very complicated, but it's also very simple. So I would give 3 different things. One is just the information in your listing. Fill it out. Like, really, just fill it out with as much detail as possible. I would even go as far to add maybe some keywords. So let's say you're a carpenter in Philadelphia, within the description of your business, just somewhere in there, make sure you put like the best carpenter in Philadelphia, rated number 1. I don't know, something like that. Other than that, pictures, definitely. Like, I just always recommend pictures of smiling faces and pictures of finished work. The restaurant example is always like the easiest one, just because that's probably the thing that we search locally for the most. And again, just observe your own behavior. Like, how many times do you click on the actual pictures and look at the menu and like look at some of the plates and some of the desserts, right? So if you take that example to a carpenter, like, how does your finished work look? How does your work truck look? I mean, I'm kind of pulling random examples out, but that all matters. And then maybe most importantly is the reviews. The amount of reviews and like the quality of the reviews is probably, we think, Google doesn't actually tell us these things, we just do experiments, but like, we think it's probably the most impactful data point in the local algorithm.
Yeah. So Google's so sophisticated, right? And these search engines are so sophisticated that it could be that they are actually analyzing everything on there, like from reviews to photos. Do you think they're potentially analyzing any photos you use as well, like looking to see if things are relevant to the content and all of that?
For sure. And even more important than that, they're analyzing like the interaction with the photos. So it's just important to make sure that what you're presenting is like an actual representation of like your business, right? They can figure all of that out. So again, like, that doesn't always pertain to everybody, because local is like, it's the majority of businesses in our country, actually. And that's why it's so funny to me that it always kind of slides under the radar, because we're all looking to like, build email addresses and get our content found and stuff like that. But I still think it's like one of the biggest opportunities out there.
And really taking advantage of that, you were saying, is like you fill in all the details everywhere. And when you're saying that, do you mean like within the tools that you have, or like within the post, like within WordPress, you're filling in every field, all the details about your location and everything there? Is that where you get that information like into the site so that Google can find it? Or is it also like within the post that you're writing about, like you write about local topics, or is it both?
It's both, actually. And yeah, that's a great question, because I probably didn't like differentiate the two. When you're talking about that map search, well, that's actual like a separate database. It's called Google My Business. So just quite literally go to Google, type in Google My Business, and then there'll be like a plus button where you can add your listing. But just as important is if you have a company website, right? Like SEOing your actual website for those locations is also just as important. So this is best case scenario, where you have a local business. Let's just use carpenter again, because we've used that example. So I'm a carpenter in Philadelphia. So I have an ad at the very top of the Google search results page. So somebody types in carpenter Philadelphia, all of a sudden they see my business at the top, which is an ad. Underneath that, they see my listing as a Google My Business directory listing. And then underneath that, they see like my actual website, which I've SEO'd for carpenter in Philadelphia, right? And so like if you can hit all of those criteria, like you'll own it.
Dominate the top of the, yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. So beyond local stuff, you know, I've also seen you talking about like finding the right traffic for your site. And I know this is kind of like pre-SEO a little bit, but like, can you talk a little bit about the right traffic for your website and finding the keywords that are going to get that traffic for you?
Definitely. And I think this is one of the most underutilized tactics, because as writers, I mean, look, I'm an SEO geek. And so like I talk about directory listings and localized stuff, but at my foundation, I'm a blogger. Like that's how I've grown everything. I'm a writer, email list, automation guy. And it's always been confusing to me over the last 10 years that I've been doing this, that there's this strange divide where it's like there's the artist in me as a writer, or I just want to tell stories and like drive emotion, but then there's the technical side, which is like, well, I can tell all the stories I want, but if nobody knows about me, then how am I going to get found? And so it's taken some like self-reflection on this a little bit. And I think as I get older, you know, like the artistic side maybe dwindles down a little bit, where I'm not trying to be like Michelangelo, you know. But all of that to say, the point I'm getting at is SEO is so cool because the intent is so clear. So if you focus your website on 10 different keywords, so let's imagine that you're trying to sell courses about organizing your office. It's like a surprisingly huge industry that generates like a ton of sales and digital products. Well, you could write 1,000 different articles about all the ideas you've had and all of the different examples that you've done, and take pictures and wrote personal stories and all of that. Or you could come up with like 20 different articles that are so directly in line with search intent that you know that traffic is going to actually buy something. So that's the difference between being like, these are just example titles that I'm making up, but maybe one example is, you know, my 5-year journey to discover my true design process, as opposed to 5 tips to keep your desk organized, you know. And then that one page with 5 tips to keep your desk organized, let's just imagine that you have an ebook or a digital product, which takes that a step further and maybe maps out like exactly how to do it for whatever reason. My office is never clean, by the way. I'm like, it
looks pretty good right now.
it looks all right. So I'm struggling to find examples here. But like, you can see how the intent is so much different. Somebody might want to read your personal story about how you've discovered, you know, like your design / organizational style, and be like, oh, that's really interesting. I'll probably leave and never come back, compared to, you know, like 5 tips to organize my desk right now, where if somebody searches that, you know that they are actively looking for ways to organize their desk. And so the intent is just so much more aligned, where you could get 100 hits a day on keywords that are super, super aligned with the intent, which would really, really increase the probability of like selling products. Or you can get 1,000 hits a day around like personal stories and like ideas and insights, which still will probably lead to some sales, but you're going to work a lot harder and get a lot less done.
Yeah. So you're giving people information to take away, like they want to come back for more of that.
Precisely.
So anything else specific to 2022 that you would, you know, or now and going forward for SEO and ranking and searches?
Specific to 2022, coincidentally enough, I would say is like is double down, really, because there's just so much fear about publishing more content like into the void. And so every day there's a new idea about like, you need to make TikTok videos, or you need to post 100 times a day on Twitter. And like, I'm not against social media by any means. I'm just saying that even still, all this time later, the most effective way in terms of just bang for your buck, like how long is it going to take you, how much work in relation to like how much revenue you actually generate. There's still not a better way to do it than researching your audience, researching your keywords. Spend 2 days just Googling the keywords that like you want to rank for, and see who's ranking for them, and like see what kind of content they're creating, like why are they ranking for this. Spend a week, just map it all out, and then spend the next 3 months writing 20 pages about really, really specific, like high intent driven content. And, of course, get your email funnels in line and have a great product and all of that. But the journey from like awareness to interest, there's still no better way to bridge that gap than search. And so like what's new for 2022 is that it's actually the same. And then like you don't have to chase every new idea and every new tactic. Like long form writing mixed with really effective copy and tight automation is just, it's all I do really. Like I'd spend way too much time on Twitter just because I'm bored. But like other than that, like it's the only thing that I've ever needed to do, and it's worked well for me.
Well, that's great. That's great to know. This has been super solid information and really helpful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks so much, Bonnie.
Wow, thank you so much, Tim. If you're marketing a local business or writing copy for one, Tim basically just gave you a play-by-play on how to get in good with Google. Like he said, local search may very well be the biggest opportunity with organic traffic right now. And talk about a theme for today, focusing on the fundamentals. Sure, you have to address the algorithm, but good writing always wins. Remember the intent of the searcher. And like we always talk about in copywriting, meet them where they are. So our next speaker is a digital marketing pioneer who probably needs no introduction. But if you don't know her yet, Ann Handley is what you call a writer's writer, someone who loves the craft of writing itself. She's the author of the classic book, Everyone Writes. We love her newsletter, Total Anarchy. We're always commenting on it here at AWAI. She's been recognized by Forbes as the most influential woman in social media and is a top 20 women blogger. Today, I'm excited to see Katie chat with Ann about why clear writing matters more than ever. It's another fundamental that will only get more important, not in spite of, but because of the rise of AI and various shiny new technologies. Plus, a little birdie told me that Ann's going to reveal her unique and quirky process for writing and scaling your own newsletter and her best piece of advice for writers in 2022. Katie and Ann, over to you.
Hi, everybody. I'm so excited to introduce you to our wonderful guest today, right now. Ann Handley, how are you?
I'm great. How are you today, Katie?
Fantastic. I'm so happy to be talking to you. And I love looking back that we've talked at the beginning of the pandemic, right? 2 years ago, just about this time, and then again about this time last year. And now here we are 2 years after this all started. And I just would love to hear how you're doing, first of all.
Oh, thanks. I guess as well as anybody else, signals are that we're at the tail end of this. Fingers crossed, I hope.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, things are okay. I spent the first year trying to write a new book, and then the second year gearing myself up, and so here we are at the beginning of year 3, and I finally am in a groove. And so awesome. It's like, all right, I think I probably blew my opportunity, but I'll take what I can.
And now good clear writing is not anything new, but do you think it has taken on a new significance with what we've all collectively gone through?
Yeah, for sure. And I think specifically as relates to internal communication, right, within companies. or even between like, clients and agencies, for example, or, clients and well, colleague to colleague as well. And the reason why I think that is because, at the beginning of this pandemic, there were still so many of us who were going into offices every day, and communicating face to face. And so there's a lot of signals that you get face to face when you're directly speaking to someone. You see body language, you see the way that their eyes light up or don't. And so in a post-pandemic world, post-COVID, we're all huddled, in our own little home offices now, working remotely. And I think that's put more import on writing in a really good way. I mean, I think essentially now what we're seeing is that so many companies internally, communicate almost exclusively through writing. And part of that is because of the pandemic, but partly because the opportunity, if you can call it that, if there's any aspect of a global pandemic that's presented an opportunity, is that now we can hire people remotely from all over the world, right? So now you may have a developer in Dubai, and you may have a marketing person in Dubuque, Iowa.
Sure.
And so with the various time changes, the way that that they're often communicating is through writing, through intranets, through Slack channels, through any means, that they can. I heard a fun anecdote recently about a company. I'll try to remember the name of it. It's my dog, Augie, as you can see.
Hi, Augie.
Speaking of pandemic puppy right here.
Oh, I got one of those too.
Yeah, I know you do. Mine is 13 pounds and insists on being on my lap when I'm seated at a desk. So
mine's 60 and would like to be.
Yeah. It's true. Pandemic puppyhood is a real thing. The condition is real anyway. What was I saying? Oh, there was a company else I was trying to say. There's a company who is basically has taken advantage of the ability for all of their employees to be remote, and they are indeed hiring people from all over the world. And as a result, writing is very much at the heart of how they communicate internally. And they've even gone ahead and hired, this is what I thought was interesting, they've gone ahead and hired editors for their intranet, because what they have found is that very often what we think we're saying and what actually we're saying, or what the reader is seeing or hearing or interpreting, are two totally different things. And I feel like that's something that we can all relate to. We think we're saying one thing, and actually what our audience is hearing is another. And so this company has hired intranet editors, strictly internal editors, to clear up the language and to clarify what each of their employees are trying to communicate to another. So that, to me, like, if that doesn't tell the story about how much writing matters here in 2022 and going into the future, then I don't know what does.
And so now your fantastic newsletter, Total Anarchy. If anybody is not a subscriber, do yourself the gift, give yourself this gift of this newsletter. It comes out every other Sunday and it's a joy to read. Talking about how this writing has evolved and this understanding that we're communicating in a different way. I mean, newsletters are such a perfect format for that. How have you seen Total Anarchy evolve in these last few years?
Yeah, I have definitely evolved. Like, I think the way that the newsletter has evolved is essentially how I've evolved as a writer. And I went into this 3 years ago, Katie, thinking that, I'm a pretty good writer. Like, I felt kind of a little bit smug about that. Like, I think I'm okay. I think I can do this. And then when I look back 3 years later, I realized, like, I mean, I was an okay writer, but I see just with that continual practice how much I evolved over the past 3 years. And I guess that's one of the things that I love about writing, is that, you're never quite done evolving as a professional. And the consistent practice and connecting with other writers, connecting with readers, all of those things can really help you advance your practice.
Yes.
So, answering your question, like, how has it evolved? I mean, mostly it's how I've evolved, as a writer. And that, to me, it was surprising in a way, because again, I felt kind of accomplished already. And yet I see such growth in myself. And I love that newsletter for so many reasons, in part because I really do love that opportunity to write directly to one reader and realize that they're opening it in their inbox and reading it. And I really cherish and value that, that just that itself, like that ability that I have and that relationship that I have, but more than that, I've only now seen that I'm very grateful to the people on my list because they've really helped me become a better writer.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit of I don't know, an epiphany, I guess I had. It was a little
Yeah.
surprising to me. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a newsletter. How do I grow it? Or I would love to start a newsletter. How do I grow it?
Yeah. The most important thing when you think about your own email newsletter is, what's your reason for doing it? And I think especially I see this from a lot of brands. A lot of companies will launch an email newsletter because they feel like they should have one, because maybe they watch this video and they say, we should have an email newsletter. We should have one of those. The reasons for starting an email newsletter don't always match up with a legitimate reason to do it. And so I think, first of all, you've got to figure out, you've got to define what is my goal here? What do I want to do? What's our reason for doing this newsletter? And it shouldn't just be that you want to use it as a distribution strategy for all of your other content. And I think we talked about this 2 years ago, Katie, that the newsletter should be less about the news, less about what you want to say, and more about the letter and how you can use that newsletter to communicate directly with one person, just like an actual physical letter in a mailbox. And so I think figuring out what your reason is, what do you actually want to use that newsletter for? What value can only you provide? And how can you signal that it could come only from you? So figure out what your reason is. What's your expertise? What is it that you want to share with an audience? And then secondly, figure out I call it a tell, like what's your tell going to be? Just like if you've ever watched professional poker, one of the things that the commentators will always mention is, oh, this person has a tell. Like you can tell when they flick their eyebrow a certain way, that it indicates that they have a good hand or something like that. And so I think thinking about that as an analogy for writers, what is our tell? Like if you were to cover up the name of your newsletter and the from line of your newsletter, and actually this applies to any piece of writing that you're doing, any piece of content, does it sound like you? Could it only come from you? And so think about your reason for doing the newsletter, and then think about the tell. What is your differentiation? What is your quirk? What's your thing that's gonna define your newsletter from being different than any other writers?
And then how does the snowball start? How does the growth actually happen from there?
Yeah, it's funny because, when I first started my newsletter, I read all of these articles like how to grow a newsletter, all these different ways that you can incentivize readership. You can do, there are different tools that you can use in order to invite your subscribers to earn rewards if they share it with other readers and that kind of thing. I think the most critical thing, though, for any newsletter writer to do in order to start that snowball, to launch it into something bigger, is to literally do things that are unscalable. We focus so much time on thinking about scaling our content and trying to make it bigger. But the irony in that is I think if you focus small to begin especially, then you will actually get bigger results. And what I mean by doing unscalable things is, literally reaching out to people one-on-one, one-to-one, and letting them know, hey, I have an email newsletter. Here's a sample. I think you'd really like it.
Yeah.
Or say that you mention an influencer or somebody who has a bigger audience than you in your newsletter, tagging them on social and then reaching out to them directly through email, doing things that are very unscalable, but will take some time. But I think ultimately those unscalable things will allow you ultimately to scale and allow you to scale.
Yeah. Great investment of time and elbow grease, really.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't know if we can do this in a 1 or 2 sentence answer, but how do you actually write a newsletter?
Oh my word. How do you actually write a newsletter? So I guess I can tell you my process, and I guess folks here can can take it or leave it. But the way that I start every single newsletter is to pluck something out of my daily journal or out of my daily diary. I write every single morning in a daily diary, and one of the reasons why I do that is because I'm not writing about my feelings and my thoughts about things like I might have when I was a girl, Instead, now I'm capturing stories that happened or things that happened to me. I went to the post office and this weird conversation happened and I overheard it. And I'll write down anything that I found interesting or funny or insightful in some way or another. And I'll capture it all in there. And over the course of the 2 weeks leading up to the time when I actually sit down to write a newsletter, something will start to bubble up for me. Something will start to bubble up in my brain. And I'll use that as a launch pad for whatever I'm going to write about that week. So I'm sharing that because I think the hardest thing when you sit down to write a newsletter is thinking, what am I going to write about? Like, where do I start? And having some repository of stories, of ideas, of something that you can refer to, it will do two things. First of all, it'll help you just get over that hump of like, what do I write about? Because like flip through there, there's a million stories that you've collected over the past 2 weeks, or at least, a handful of stories over the past 2 weeks, number one. But secondly, it just by keeping that daily practice, it'll train your brain, it'll train your eyes, it'll train your ears to look up from your phone while you're waiting in line at the post office and just observe. And it's amazing to me just how acutely I notice things now since I started this practice. And I actually came late to it. I used to always feel a little bit guilty. I self-identified as a writer all the time, but I never kept a daily journal because I never really saw the need for it because I didn't want to write down my feelings. And it was only when I refocused my efforts there and thought, what can I use this journal for? And I started using it a little bit differently in a way that would serve me. Then it just helped me as a writer, and it helped me notice things just in a different way.
And writing is a muscle, I think, and it just keeps you in shape.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
So now, any special challenges in our current cookieless moving world?
Yeah, I think, one of the interesting things about the evolution of digital marketing is that we have almost come full circle, right? When I started in this industry, 2 decades ago at this point, it was all about email. It was all about our own data. And as tools evolved over time and as the industry evolved over time, we became much more reliant on what's known as third-party data, right? Where we as companies could find out like who has been on our website, who's visiting our social channels, and we could more easily connect the dots through identifiers that Google placed there, right? So what's happening now is that a third-party data is going away, and that's what we mean by a cookieless world. Like Google is taking away those tracking cookies, so we don't have access to them anymore. And so what does that mean? That means that we have to think more about what's known as like zero-party data, getting your people who are interested in what you have to say or what you offer, getting them to opt in to something that you're publishing or that you're producing, starting the conversation with you proactively as opposed to you sort of knowing that they've been around. We've all like been
followed. A different mindset.
Yeah, it is. It's a different mindset. But I actually think it's a good thing for marketers, and it's certainly a great thing for writers, because when I think about that cookieless future, that cookieless world that we're all living in now, and Augie's going down. Goodbye. Bye, friend.
Bye.
He'll be back in 3 seconds. When I think about that cookieless world, I think it's a really good thing for marketers, because I think it will really help us to own that relationship with the prospect and with the customer and nurture them toward a sale or a deeper relationship or loyalty, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
But I also think there's an opportunity there for writers, because the newsletter is, if you think about it, a perfect vehicle for getting your prospects or a company's prospects involved in their story, right? Involved in their business. And so I think it's a great opportunity for writers, I think, to offer their services or to underscore the importance of writers to companies who can, create some engaging content, which would include newsletters. Getting somebody to opt into a newsletter means they give you your email address, of course. And that's essentially what so many companies are going to be more and more looking to do.
And I think it puts the challenge, the onus, whatever you want to say, on the writer, on the company to deliver engaging information, to educate, to inform, to engage, and that's just a better experience for the reader.
Yeah, 100%. And it puts the emphasis on the relationship, right? Like we've all been like tracked around the internet before. Like, how you go to a web page and like you're looking at these like pair of sneakers, and then you go to like, a news site and those same sneakers pop up and you're like, whoa, right? It's like we've all had that experience.
That's weird.
It's a little bit off-putting, it's a little bit like, get out of my computer. So I think what that means is that there's an opportunity for marketers to own that relationship and to use or to think about that relationship a little bit more deeply. And I think there's an opportunity for writers to help them do that.
Yeah. And for everybody listening, you're so lucky. Anne has a special report called How to Newsletter. It's fabulous. You can read it quickly, but it's going to change the way you think about all this. And she includes a 29-point checklist. It's going to be just a template for you to make sure that you're doing all these important things. Now, Anne, I do want to talk a little bit about metrics because, everybody thinks about, clicks and opens and all of those things. And now I've heard you say that clicks and opens aren't necessarily the goal. And you talk a little bit about, you put more emphasis on purpose and how that defines goals. Can you just talk to us a minute about that?
Yeah. So, in email marketing is always obsessed with metrics because it is so easy to track a lot of things, or it was, I should say. There's been some changes recently that has made it more difficult to really understand the value of those metrics because Apple Mail is treating things a little differently. So those open rates that you might have seen on your email newsletters is suddenly like higher. It's more inflated now than it was a couple of weeks ago or a couple of months ago. And so you can trust those metrics less, I guess, is what I'm saying. I don't worry so much about open rates or about click-through rates, in part though, because number one, I don't feel like I can really trust open rates. And in terms of click-through rates, I've never really been concerned with them. So in other words, I'm less concerned with whether anybody clicks on a link within my email and it takes them someplace else. And the reason why I'm less concerned about that is because I'm looking to create that relationship with a reader within the confines of the inbox. So for the most part, I don't worry about, clicks. I mean, yes, I do offer external links, but I don't, it's not my main goal, right? If somebody clicks on that and they find value in it, great. But if I have low click through, then sometimes that's okay because people have read the email newsletter and that's enough for me. Again, I'm looking at my relationship with the reader. So I guess the question is, maybe if you're listening or if you're watching this here, like, well, then what do I care about? And I make up my own metrics.
You do. This is so Anne, everybody, just so you know.
Yeah, I make up my own. I call it the OWBR, which is the open to write back rate, OWBR. I made it up 100%. But the reason why I made up this metric is because I couldn't think of one, or I couldn't find one within my AWeber platform that showed me this. And really what that means is I want to see how many people I can encourage to write back directly to me after an email newsletter. And as I've said, right, my goal there is to nurture my relationship with a subscriber. And if they just read it and go, nah, close it out, and I don't hear from them again, then I feel kind of disappointed by that. That's kind of a bummer. My goal in each newsletter, so I have about close to 45,000 people on my list right now. My goal is that I get at least 100 of those 45,000, which is pretty small when you think about it. Right? It's a pretty small subset, but I want 100 of those people to hit respond and write back to me. And if I get fewer than 100, I feel, I wonder why, and it allows me to sort of go in and figure out, what is it that didn't resonate? Or if I get way more, then it's like that's fantastic. Then, at the other end of the scale, like what did I do there? I also have a couple of readers who I think are consistently part of my OWBR group. And they're people, there's only a handful of them, but every single Sunday, or I'm sorry, every other Sunday when I send a newsletter, they write back to me with some very specific feedback. They almost become my little anarchy focus group. I love the way you said this. This resonated with me.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I didn't understand this. And it's like they have become like my little focus group and my almost like writing buddies, like after the fact. It's like I feel like I'm reading my work out loud to them sometimes, like you might in a writer's group. But it's very useful for me. And that just happened organically. Somebody started writing to me and then another person started writing to me every single week. And they're very generous. And when I don't hear from them now, I'm thinking, God, I hope they're okay. Sometimes they get busy. But like I pay attention to those kinds of things, which are, again, hard to scale, but incredibly valuable for me as a communicator and easy to internalize, honestly. Like I can look at what somebody says and says, I love the way you said this, or I don't love the way you said that, and know that in a few weeks, maybe I'll talk more about that thing that they loved. I'll double down on it, because it seemed to resonate.
Okay, going back to like advice for people who might just be starting a newsletter. And I love this, is one of the things that you say, and that was your experience, was that you created something that you wished existed. And just talk for a second about how that has really driven your path here.
Yeah, I mean, I have to think about that for a second. I think, I feel like I spent a lot of time early in my career trying to sound like other people, trying to feel a sense of validation because I sounded, professional, and I sounded like I knew what I was talking about. I sounded capable. And then I think part of my evolution over the past couple of years has been that I have allowed myself to just kind of bring all of myself to my work, which isn't to say that like when I tried to sound smart, or when I tried to sound capable or competent or any of those things, that I was false in any way, because I wasn't. But I don't think I let myself really embody my voice, as a writer. And so to answer your question as it relates to the newsletter, for years, I always used to wish that there was a marketing newsletter that also talked about the importance of writing. I was like, why isn't anybody talking about writing in a marketing context? It's so critical and it's so important. Why isn't anybody paying attention to that? And then like the light bulb moment for me was, and again, I think this relates to just my ability to, or giving myself permission to kind of step into my own expertise and role a little bit more fully. So the light bulb moment was, why don't you do it? And I thought,
who, me?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Of course. So I decided to do just that, but not just write a newsletter about marketing and writing and the importance of it, but truly walk the walk. And by what I mean by that is, if I believe, and I do, that writing is the cornerstone of marketing, and that if you are an excellent writer and if you're continually improving your craft, that you will also be continuing your craft as a marketer and you will become a better marketer.
Yes.
If I believe that, then that means that I need to walk the walk in this newsletter. So if I'm saying that engaging writing matters, then that newsletter has to be engaging. Yeah. If I'm saying story matters, I've got to tell stories there. And so I challenged myself in some ways to again, like step into that role more fully, but also, have a little fun and lighten up. And because I am a light, fun person, right? And so I wanted to convey all of that. And I wanted to inspire people too. I feel like that there's so much of marketing content is do this and how to, and this is what you need to do, follow these steps, this is a template for that. And there's this sort of bro culture a lot of times to some of the marketing advice that we're getting. There's this hustle mindset. And I wanted to counter all that and be just by going in the completely opposite direction and saying that, a slow iteration is fine. It's like, maybe that's what we're capable of as humans, and that's more than okay. You don't have to be part of the hustle culture. You can slowly improve over time. And you know what? You can slowly nurture your relationships with your customers or your clients or your colleagues, and that's okay too. In other words, I wanted to legitimize just sort of another point of view.
I love it. I love it. And, this is what Anne has figured out for her and her relationship with her readers. But that is a recipe that anybody listening here can take and apply to whatever niche they're interested in, whatever clients they're interested in. This understanding that psychology and going into it with that attitude is going to give you the power and the confidence to be able to replicate it in your own way for your own circumstances. So I think that the core lessons there are really universal.
Yeah, I love what you just said about confidence too, because, I've been writing marketing content for, 25, 30 years, something crazy like that. And yet I still feel like I have further to go in confidence. So I don't think that I don't think confidence is one of those things you either have or you don't have. I think you get it over time. And if you think like, well, I can't do that, you probably can. And then once you get to that level, then you'll think, oh, I can't go to that next level, but you probably can. So I guess all I'm saying is that I do think that confidence is, like your writing ability, it will grow over time. It's not something that you get and you're good and you're done and go home.
Okay. Two little technical things about subject line. Well, subject line and from line. I've heard you say that the subject line, you have to offer clear value to one person. What do you mean exactly by that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that when you think about your email subject line, think about essentially if you could encapsulate the value of that particular newsletter in a single phrase, what would it be? Don't be too clever. I think it's much better to be just simple and direct. The notion of using those magic words like how to do something, it's a little cliched in marketing, but honestly, it still pulls, Katie. It's like,
it works.
If you can teach somebody how to do something in an entertaining way, in a way that could only come from you, there's true value in that. But that said, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, like that said, as much as I think about the subject line, and I would encourage everybody here to think about your subject line, much the way that you think about a headline, right, on a blog post or a book or anything that you're writing. I actually think it's not quite as important as the from line. Who is it from? And that again speaks to the relationship that a reader has with you or with your brand. And so focus on really making that from line, like making all the things we've talked about already, like making sure you're actually consistently delivering value, that your reader has a relationship with you, that they know who you are, and that they can identify that this is coming from you, all of those things. So I think ultimately the from line is the most critical piece of that. Subject line, yes, but if you've nailed the from line, that's like more than 50% of the way to getting it open.
Yeah. And again, that gives you a little bit of confidence. That gives you not put so much pressure on yourself as far as that goes. So I think that's great. Now, before we go, I definitely want to talk about your new project, which will be the second edition of this classic book that, again, I recommend highly, but now maybe wait for the second book, or how do you feel about that?
Oh, Lord, I don't know, because, I'm a hopelessly slow writer. So I don't know when that book is going to be out. Just to give you a sense, it was due in November. Anyway, it's so yes, I'm working on a second edition of Everybody Writes, which I have.
Why? It's great as it is.
Yeah, it's funny because you're not the first person who's asked me that.
It's classic.
It's classic. It's good. But, as we started our conversation talking about today, my voice has changed in 3 years since I started the newsletter, and it's changed a whole lot in 6 years since I wrote Everybody Writes. And yes, the book still sells super well. It still has great traction. And a friend of mine said to me the other day, it's kind of similar to what you just said. She said, is your audience asking for a second edition, or is this something that you want to do? And I said, it's honestly something that I want to do. There's some things in there that need correcting, in part because 6 years later, some things have changed, so I wanted to correct those. But more than that, I really wanted to change the voice a little bit, not so that it's unrecognizable from the classic version, if you will, but to reflect how I write now and how I think about things now. The evolution of how I write has also, or I should say how I write has also evolved. So I wanted to be able to include some of that in there now, like
those tips.
Like just a quick example, I talk about the writing GPS, like figuring out how do you actually follow a GPS, just like you might if you were following directions in your vehicle, to write better, to get to where you want to go. And in there, I talk about having one round of revisions. Well, the reality is that even after that book was published, almost immediately I thought, you know what, that's actually not true, because I have 4 rounds of revisions. I've since talked about it quite a bit in the newsletter, and I talk about it in that ebook that you graciously mentioned a second ago, How to Newsletter. But I do several versions of a draft. I have draft 1, draft 2, draft 3, draft 4, sometimes draft 5. And so I wanted to walk through that a little bit and just talk it through. But again, in a way that feels like fresh and different and fun to read. So yes, so for those reasons, that's kind of why I'm doing it. My initial plan with it was to, sort of give it a polishing, give it a little bit of a light dusting, maybe, a little bit of a repackaged, slap second edition on it and like ship. But I know once I started reading it, I realized I can't do that. Like maybe some authors could do it, I can't do it. So I jokingly say that everybody writes. I feel like I should change the title to Everybody Rewrites.
I like that.
That's literally how much I am rewriting this book. I'm taking every single chapter. I'm asking it, like looking at it flat in the face. And I'm like, do you deserve to be here? Chapter.
Yeah. Marie
Tell me
Kondo
why.
it.
Tell me why you should be here. And if it doesn't have anything substantive to say, then it goes. Or maybe I move it someplace else, or maybe I change it up a little bit. So I'm not sure the book will be longer, but I think it's going to be a vastly better book. And in terms of when you'll be able to buy it, I don't know, TBD.
All right. Well, I will be first in line.
Oh, thank you.
And I want to wrap up today with your best piece of advice for writers at this time in 2022 who are listening today. How best to move forward, to take advantage of all these amazing opportunities that are available now?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just like the world needs you. I think the world needs good writers now more than ever. I was just talking to somebody yesterday who was interviewing me for a piece that they're writing about artificial intelligence and writing. And they said, well, isn't it true that, that AI is going to take the place of writers, of writing? And I was like, heck no, like that's not going to happen. Like, I feel like that argument is a terrible one, because it's not about AI taking the place of writing. It's about writers using AI tools to make their writing even stronger. Sure. And so it's that kind of like narrative, I think, that can chip away at a writer's feeling of worth. Like, oh, well, I can be replaced by a robot. Like, what's the point? But like friends, honestly, like I see business writing every single day. I see marketing writing every single day. And the business world needs you. And the more that you can truly express your value to companies, and certainly I've got your back. I'm out there evangelizing this very point, like every single day. But writers have never, ever been more critical to marketing and to business. And if you doubt that for a second, like, please just drop me a line and I will talk you off the ledge, because it's 100% true.
Oh, and it's always such a delight to talk to you and just get your insights. I always learn stuff, and I'm inspired. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's always such a joy to talk to you too.
Man, I love listening to Anne speak. In typical Anne fashion, there were so many takeaways. It sounds like the demand for newsletters is going to grow massively this year, which is great for writers, but it's also great for companies, even if they don't realize it yet, because it's going to put the emphasis on creating real relationships, which will only help their business. And the idea of doing things that aren't scalable, like responding to every person who emails back, it's counterintuitive, but I do believe it's what makes you stand out from everybody else. I also love the emphasis on being real with yourself. Oftentimes, copywriters are ghostwriters, right? We're hiding behind the voices of the people that we're writing for. But in your newsletter, you get to be unabashedly you. And more than ever, the world needs you to be you, which is actually the perfect segue to our next speaker, Molly Pittman. Molly is Molly at every turn and just happens to be another force of nature. She started out as an intern, a digital marketer, and just 4 years later became vice president. And 2 years after that, realized she had to leave her dream job to live her dream life. Today, Molly is the CEO of Smart Marketer, where she teaches digital marketing alongside Ezra Firestone. She's also the author of Click Happy, a book about finding work-life balance in the midst of a hustle culture. On her way to becoming CEO of Smart Marketer, Molly also handled over $16 million in profitable ad spend, co-hosted the Perpetual Traffic podcast with over 5 million downloads, taught paid traffic and customer acquisition to over 10,000 paying business owners, and spoke at events like Traffic and Conversion and Social Media World. So you can understand why when Molly speaks, we all listen. Russ is back with Molly, and he's going to dig in deep for her secrets on how Smart Marketer does things behind the scenes, especially in the wake of the Apple iOS update. Russ and Molly, take it away.
All right, thanks, Katie and Rebecca. I have got one of my best friends in the marketing space, Molly Pittman, on this call. What's up, Molly? How are you?
What's up, Russ? I'm great. Happy to be here. Hello, everybody watching.
Yeah, so Molly is, if I have questions about really marketing at all, I often brainstorm with Molly, but certainly things around Facebook ads and email. And there's been a lot of shaking up going on in the digital marketing space from Apple. So what's been going on?
Yeah, I mean, things are kind of tough out here right now. Not to be a downer, there's obviously still lots of positives, lots of opportunity right now in the digital marketing space. But in response to the recent iOS updates from 14 up to 15, things have changed with email marketing and Facebook advertising. And we don't have to get into the logistics of that. If you don't know what's going on, just Google it. It's a technical kind of way for Apple to have more power. But it has made things more difficult, not only from an attribution and tracking and analysis standpoint, but also the functionality of these tools, and essentially the effectiveness of things like Facebook advertising or Google advertising or email marketing. And not that we'll never get back to that point, Russ. And again, not that this is doomsday in any way, but things have changed and we need to come together as a crew and figure out what to do about it. And that's really what we're doing right now at Smart Marketer.
Well, and we've talked about this before. A lot of times when things get harder, good marketers kind of like that because it's like, hey, like
I'm happy about it.
it moves some of the chumps out.
Yeah, I feel like most people in our space are panicking about this, and I'm actually excited about it because it is making good marketers, amazing marketers, people that know how to do things like write copy, as you all do, bringing you to the top, because that's really what's required now. You can't just set it and forget it or kind of half-ass, half-butt, something like Facebook ads. You actually have to know what you're doing. So, in times like these, Russ, and you and I have seen a few of these in our career, you more than myself. It's definitely not something we're ever scared of. We get excited about it and then also try to figure out what's happening, what that means for us, what that means for you.
Yeah, so I mean, things have gotten harder. I mean, there's tracking problems with ads, with email because of what Apple did with iOS, with their new operating system. And what I'm seeing happen, and I know you do this every day, you're working with copywriters, people that write copy for Smart Marketer, your company. And, so we need good writers that understand things like hooks and messaging. And, so tell me, how are you guys going about trying to react to the recent challenges?
Great question. I would say that our response really falls in two buckets. One bucket being the more technical side of things. And you know, my business partner, John Grimshaw, he's the tech mind of our business. And he's spending a lot of time right now figuring out how we can get clean data, figuring out, you know, how does email marketing work in 2022? And then on the other hand, we're focusing more time and energy than we ever have before on the few things that we can control in a marketing campaign, which are always the offer, the messaging, and the copywriting. And so we are spending more time ensuring that the lead magnet we put out, or the webinar, or the email promotion, we're spending more time in thought and in conversation and brainstorming with our copywriters, because we need to be better than we've ever been in those categories to offset the, let's say, small downfall in the functionality of the channels that we use.
Yeah, I mean, you and I came up with this, I think, we presented at one time from the stage about a lot of times if something's not working, or the stuff that does win, it really comes down to what are you offering? And then how are you articulating that offer to the people that see it? And that the articulation of the offer is the copy, right? It's the images, the video, it's the written words around the offer that describe the offer, tell people what it is. But let's start with offer. You know, what is offer? Like, if I'm a writer, what do I need to be thinking about when it comes to offers?
Yeah, I mean, offers are essentially whatever it is you're asking someone to do. The offer is, okay, when they see the call to action, what are you asking them to do from that CTA? So an offer isn't just the product or service that you're selling. That's a part of the offer, but the offer is how you package and position it. And so things like relevancy to an avatar, adding in scarcity, of course, the hooks and the messaging that you use, all of those are wrapped up together to form an offer that you're kind of putting on the table and seeing who's going to take it.
I mean, we might have a pair of shoes, and that shoes is pair of shoes is a product. It's part of the offer, but we might put a price on it, and then we've got a more specific offer, and then we might say you buy one get one free. That's another way to change the offer. You might say this is buy one get one free is only good until Tuesday, which adds that urgency or scarcity.
You might layer on some relevance of, you know, these shoes are for moms because of XYZ. And so we're doing a Mother's Day sale. You know, Russ and I are just riffing right now, but it's always more than the product or service that you're selling. And a good example of this, I was just on with some of our mastermind students. We have an awesome student named Tammy. And Tammy does career coaching, specifically people who are baby boomers and are looking for a career change instead of going into retirement. And Tammy came to me and said, Molly, post iOS updates, I cannot get my offers to work, right? Like the conversion rate on the page is only like 10%. So my cost per lead is $30. How do I fix my Facebook ads? And so first we started with the ad side of things and talked about some tactical things that she could fix. But really what we needed to do, Russ, was to change the offer. So we created a new lead magnet based on the trainings that you did for us and spent a lot of time, like a whole month of time, crafting this one PDF and how we were going to position it and the copywriting around it. I just chatted with her today. Guess what? The page conversion rate is up to 43%. Her cost per lead is down to $2. Yes, we made some slight changes on Facebook, but those shift in results, which is huge, like 10x decrease in lead cost, was all back to us recrafting a different offer that we feel is better suited for the right now.
Yeah, I mean, this comes down to creativity. It's art, right? It's not, you know, there is the technical side to reacting to this, right? There's all the cleaning up the data and a lot of that stuff's technical. And as a writer, you know, we don't get involved with that stuff very often. Like, you know, like you talk about your business partner is more the technical side of the brain.
I don't even have logins to that stuff, Russ. You know that. I can't be trusted.
Well, you're an artist, right? And so that art of crafting something that people really want, and you know who that person is, and why they would want it, and then you're able to craft that offer and articulate that offer. And so let's get into that articulation, the copywriting.
Let's do it.
How much time? Let's just take something like a lead magnet offer, which would be an offer that we're making to somebody in exchange for their contact information. So we're just trying to generate leads. It might be a PDF cheat sheet or a checklist or something like that. Just giving the writers some ballpark, like how much time and effort are you spending on how you articulate that in the copy there? Like, what's your process around that?
Well, it's a little different now just because of, where I am in business. But the way that it currently looks, and it's kind of similar, Russ, to how you and I used to work together, we have a business objective that we need to meet. So maybe that business objective is we need more leads. We need more of a way to bring people into the business. Okay, we need a lead magnet, as you said. So then I would say at least 10 hours of work of brainstorming between me and someone else on the team is done over the course of time until we feel like we know who it is we're speaking to, the best format this lead magnet could be in, how it seamlessly transitions into a sale, because that's still important, right? And then what should the content of this thing be? Like, what should this teach someone, or how should we share this with someone? Then we'll wrap that up into a quick, well, not quick, but maybe an hour call or an hour video that we shoot for our copywriters. And then they have all of the information that they need to go and take action. So, and then at the end, of course, I'm doing a final look over any additions to the lead magnet, but a lot of time, short story, a lot of time goes into this.
Yeah,
and
I know.
That's the issue most people have is the offer that they're taking out to cold ads, for example, it's not thought through enough. It's not good enough. So it's not an ad problem. It's not an email problem. It's an offer problem. It's almost always an offer problem or a funnel problem, however you want to look at it.
Yeah, and lead magnets are such a fun thing to work on as a writer, as an artist. Like, what could you create that essentially ends up being a digital delivery, right? It's copy on a lot of times a PDF or something like a checklist or something, like naming it, and all those things are a lot of fun. And yeah, I mean, we see it all the time. It's like, oh, this is a free thing. So, they're going to just give me their contact information. So I don't have to spend much energy on it. I'm just going to kind of throw something together. And we find that just doesn't work when you do that.
It needs to be you need to put even more time into that than you would the product or service that you're selling. Because if that step is not right, no one's ever going to see your product or service in this style funnel. So, we spend a ton of time on this, Russ, and more so every week that goes by, because we know the stronger we can get with offers, the stronger we can get with copywriting, the more that we can overcome, let's say, issues with certain tools or channels that we're having, which I do think will get better.
Yeah, and this is exciting news for artists and writers. I mean, it's exciting news because if you can articulate, you can take the same product and hand it to two different people, and one person's going to articulate it one way, somebody's going to articulate it another way, and the best is going to win today, right? Like the best people that create great products to start with, but then are able to craft an offer and describe an offer in a way that is just better. Those are the people that are winning today.
And becoming more and more valuable every day.
Yeah. So you're in the right place. You're learning the right skills. Very valuable skills right now. So let's take, when we actually sit down and write copy today and get in the weeds a little bit, like we talk about this concept of hooks. What are hooks and what are your favorite ones right now? Like, what's working now in hooks, and what is a hook?
Yeah, the best way that I can describe a hook is the reason that someone would take you up on the offer that you're making. So what is the big idea, the big promise, the big pain point that you are using to start the conversation that then leads to this offer being the solution or the vehicle to moving forward? And so, especially on paid channels right now, there are really two main ones that we're using. The first is what we call tell a story. And the reason for this is that every day that goes by, on average, we see 5,000 ads a day as a human living in the United States. It's wild. So of course, the more native, the more real these ads can look and feel, the more likely you are to get more people interested, because you're not showing up and saying, hey, I'm an ad, I'm going to ask you to buy stuff. So a great way to go about that is to tell a story. And most of our ads nowadays, Russ, are stories about our customers, stories about us that catch people, draw people in, because they can see themselves in that other person, right? I'm much more likely to read a story about someone that's having a similar experience to me than I am a bunch of direct sales copy. So stories are our favorite no matter what. And then right now, and then second is more of an educational hook. So was just on with our mastermind members, as I mentioned, and one of them has a pet supplement that helps with allergies for dogs. And so other than the tell a story hook, which we were working on, so we were talking about, okay, let's ask customers, what was life like before you use this product? What is life like after you use this product? We're also writing ads that are educational, about dog allergies, because a lot of people don't realize that their dog can be experiencing allergies, and it might be the annoying itching that you hear in the middle of the night, or it might be the reason the insides of their ears are red. So another way to go about this too is to give value and education up front as a form of starting the conversation, because again, it feels less like an ad. We're not saying, hey, buy this pet supplement to solve your dog's allergy problem. We're reaching people that aren't even already problem aware by saying, hey, your dog could be experiencing allergies, and here's what that could look like. Did you know? Right? And then of course they want to buy the product. So the two people use most are tell a story and education.
Yeah, and a lot of people want to reach this group of people that have no idea that there is a problem, because that is the widest audience, right? It's like the widest audience that you go out with this pet supplement are people that aren't even aware. Like I have a dog and he may have allergies. I have no idea. But if I read that ad and you were able to articulate to me that, hey, is your dog doing this? Your dog doing that? And educate me. And then all of a sudden I realized, wow, I could really improve the quality of life of my dog if I got this supplement.
Exactly. And that's where true scale comes from.
True scale to scale up. Yeah. I mean, you've got this huge audience of people that don't even realize that they have a problem. And you know what else? Going back to your story hook, the thing I love about the story hook too is that we can talk about pain, but we can talk about somebody else experiencing that pain, and it feels less sort of like I'm attacking you, right? It's the difference between me saying like, are you experiencing debt problems? And it's like, oh, like you're attacking me, right? And then instead you flip it to a story about somebody with debt problem, and that person can put themselves in that seat, and it's less, it's a little more easy to engage with, I think, right?
Yeah, like with the dog example, I was telling them we need to tell stories about dogs. Yeah. Hey, meet Charlie, a 5-year-old Cocker Spaniel, and Charlie's mom noticed that his fur was coming off because he was chewing it, and she didn't know why. So she took Charlie to the vet, and the vet, educated her on the fact that this, and this are happening. Charlie started taking, this medication or doing this thing. And now Charlie's, feeling younger and better than ever. He's sleeping through the night. So using story for 2 ways. Number one, specificity. That's what people relate to. They relate to the fact, or they're interested in the fact that the dog's name's Charlie and he's 5 and he's a Cocker Spaniel, right? That hooks us in as humans. And they're also relating to this transformation, this before to after transformation that we're describing in this story. They see themselves in this experience and they want to achieve that same after state.
Charlie's transformation in the after state.
I made up Charlotte, but
okay, so obviously you and I could sit here and talk for days about this stuff. I love talking about this stuff. But one thing I wanted to do, because I want to know the answer to this question. I know writers want to know the answer to this question. But when we're writing Facebook ads today, where are you in terms of longer copy versus a short copy ad? Is there anything that's winning right now or that you prefer?
both. I mean, if I had to choose one that's the best, I would go with long copy. But in every ad set, we try to give Facebook long and short copy to work with. And it's just coming from the understanding that some people are readers. They love to read the longer stories, the longer copy. Some people are more likely to respond to a shorter amount of text. So you want to give both to Facebook so that you can get the most reach and scale possible.
You have a program called Train My Traffic Person. I am a part of that. I can say without hesitation, it's the best training if you want to get sort of head to tail on Facebook ads, writing them, setting them up, all that stuff. And I know you're in the
also it's about paid media now. So we cover Facebook, Instagram, Google, YouTube, and TikTok. So the main paid acquisition channels, but also a lot of the conversation that we're having today baked in. You know, Russ and I teach how to figure out that before to after, value pyramid, avatars, messaging, hooks, all of it. You know, the funnel, the offer, the cold acquisition offer side of it. It all needs to work together to, you know, get the results you're looking for.
Well, if I wanted to, because I know you're running it right now, I know I'm doing a training in March, I believe. So if they wanted to get on the waiting list for that and just get more info on Train My Traffic Person, where can they find out about that?
At trainmytrafficperson.com, join the wait list. Also check us out at smartmarketer.com. We always have something going on, free workshops, mentorships. We have a podcast called the Smart Marketer Podcast. So if you're into digital marketing at all, I think we could be a great resource for you.
Well, you are so awesome for hopping on with us today. I appreciate it. It's good to see you as always.
Likewise, Russ. Thanks for having me. Thanks to everybody for watching, and thanks to AWAI.
Well, I can't think of a better session to end the 2022 summit on than that one. That was awesome. And so many similarities of themes today as we come back just into the end of fundamentals and being authentic and reaching people where they are.
Yep. And I love the emphasis on storytelling and educating. That's what we do. That's what writers do. But Rebecca, I got to say, this has been like drinking out of a fire hose today. So much great information. How about if you just wrap it all up and bring us home?
Wow. That was a lot of information all at once. We went so fast and we covered so much. So first of all, if you feel like you missed anything, don't worry. I'm going to send out the recording tomorrow so you can go back and catch any ideas that you missed. Although if you're watching this on social, I don't have your email address. So make sure you go to awai.com/summit and pop it in there so I can send you the replay as well as our 2022 pricing guide for copywriters. But for now, let's talk about next steps, because I want to make sure that you get the most out of this investment that you've already made in yourself today. You said no to everything else you could have done this afternoon. So if you can, I encourage you to take a few more minutes right now and organize some of the ideas that you received today. What were your big takeaways or those aha moments? I have pages and pages of notes here, but I tried to circle the ones where my body and mind really started to buzz. It's usually a key indicator that I'm on to something big. So make sure you write them down and then write down at least 3 clear action steps that feel easy and you know will move your career forward. Preferably something specific that you can do, let's say in the next 3 days. That's usually how long this event high lasts, so make sure you take advantage of it. Okay, so what's next? Well, this year's summit may be ending, but nothing about this experience has to end. This conversation, this energy, this flow of support, inspiration, ideas, it's really just the tip of the iceberg, because this is what we do every single day here at AWAI. So if you haven't already, definitely join our digital copywriters group on Facebook. If you ever have a question or you need support from someone who can really empathize with what you're going through, if you need a cheerleading team or someone to celebrate your victories with, if you need a particular resource or type of training, or if you want to run your copy by someone or a strategy you're working on, it's really a great place to get it all. That's what this community is all about. Sharing ideas and resources, networking, collaborating, strengthening each other's skills, giving feedback. and just generally serving and supporting each other. We've got working writers in the group who are happy to guide you. We've got new writers who will walk alongside you. And my AWAI team is in the group too, helping you make connections and get the training you need to be successful. It's a super energized and upbeat place to be, and we would love to see you there. So if you're not in there yet, just go to Facebook and search Digital Copywriters. We're the first ones listed. And last but not least, stay tuned to your inbox. Remember, if I don't have your email address, make sure you go to AWAI.com/summit so I can send you the replay. But it's not just about the replay. We'll continue to dig into each of these topics in our daily e-newsletter, The Writer's Light, where we get the experts you met today and so many more to give their best tips and techniques every single day of the week. Although unlike today, we just focus on one tip or technique each day. So it's a lot easier to digest than what you just experienced. It's a bite-sized daily ritual that will keep you learning and making progress. I also want to give you a full access guest pass to the training site that Heather Robson talked about, Wealthy Web Writer, where we not only talk about what's going on in digital marketing and copywriting, but we get into the how-tos and the nitty-gritty of implementation at a deeper, more granular level. We go out and interview the top experts, just like we did here, but then we get you the clear guidance and step-by-step tactical strategies that you really need to know how to implement it all. Like how to write the engaging ads with the hooks Molly talked about, how to write those content pieces that shift beliefs like Russ shared, how to optimize content for Google, how to write effective copy, all the how-tos, which we didn't have time to get to today because we really could only scratch the surface. So I'll give you details on that tomorrow. Okay. So with that, thank you so much again to all of our speakers. Your insights were priceless, and I am so grateful to be able to call you friends and colleagues. Thank you for generously supporting all of our copywriters and blooming strategists here with your hard-earned wisdom. We are so very appreciative. And to you, thank you for taking the time out of your busy life to invest in yourself and your future as a digital copywriter. This was a big day. I can't wait to see how you use everything that you learned to make your copywriting career everything you want it to be in 2022 and beyond. Okay, that's it. Time to head over to the Digital Copywriters Facebook group and see what's happening. Thank you for coming, and we'll talk again soon. Bye.